items. We also have, I sent out to the board today, information about an HVAC grant that the library is interested in having support for from this body. And the question is, because 1 VSA 312D3A says that any addition or deletion from the agenda shall be made as the first act of business of the meeting. If we feel as a board that this should be something we need to authorize, either by the town manager or the select board, or we want to have more information, then we should put this on as an agenda item. Otherwise, we have Lucinda Walker here, who was going to speak to us in the public comment section. I would say that it seems to me that when we're having some sort of appeals for support or other, it's probably not necessarily the best practice to make a precedent of handling it in public comment. So with that, what does the board feel? Anyone want to start?
I'll start.
Mary?
I think there are 2 or 3 things to talk about with the agenda. So I move to approve the agenda as amended so we can talk about them.
Okay, do you want to do those amendments first?
Yeah, well, one is that I'd like to talk about scheduling the organizational meeting for the Wednesday after town meeting as it is usually done. And the other one I was thinking of was the just considering the library request.
Okay.
Those two.
Mary, can you say that again, what you were talking about for the organizational meeting?
On our calendar that's at the bottom of the agenda, it does not mention scheduling the organizational meeting.
Oh, right.
Usually happens the day after town meeting, and I feel it's very important to keep that in place so that the new board is up and running.
Okay.
And I could move that, you know, but anyway.
Sorry.
What to do about that.
I was going to talk about that at the future meeting dates and potential topics section at the end.
I'd like to talk about it at the beginning.
Okay. So that would be to make the library an item on the agenda and also to discuss this as an item on the agenda.
Yes, please.
Okay. And so shall we put them in action items? Maybe, I don't know, 4A and B?
Sure.
Okay, so 4A will be first thing you said, which was
Organizational. 4B is NPL. Okay. Well, you know, if that's amenable to everybody else.
Let's switch it because Lucinda is here. So she can get going. How's that?
Switch what? Switch
Make
it.
the library 4A.
Oh, yeah, good.
Okay. All right, so Mary has moved to accept the agenda as, or approve the agenda as amended. Do we have a second?
I'll second it, but I also like to comment that we've sometimes gotten stuck on the idea of changing the agenda at the beginning of the meeting, saying maybe it wasn't fair to the public that things were not warned and they did not know, and they might have wanted to show up either to listen to the discussion or to participate in it.
It's a good point.
I mean, I do love the library. I want them to have what they need, and this is a grant. It doesn't even require town money. But
it's precedent.
Yeah, it's a precedent I don't like, but I would hate also for them to lose the grant because we can't meet before their deadline.
Yeah, well, it's a deadline issue.
So it's a bad idea, but in this instance.
Well, I'm going to call the question. Mary?
Yes.
Roger?
Yes.
Priscilla?
Yeah.
Pam?
Yes.
Marcia, yes. Unanimous. We've changed the agenda. Roger, are you taking the minutes tonight? You said you were going to do that.
I will watch the recording and yes. Yep, I can do that.
Okay. Well, I have my notes here. We can talk about it.
I'm not worried, but thank you. I got you.
Okay. All right, so we now have, using my train of thought, public comments. Do we have any public comments? Jeff Lubell.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity to comment. And thank you for putting the public comment at the beginning of the meeting. Really appreciate it. I know you all have very long meetings and can be difficult sometimes for some of us to stay on till the end. I want to comment, if I may, on the draft of the handbook related to committees. I understand it's a work in progress, and I thought maybe it might be helpful just to hear from one particular individual about my experience. So I was on the Planning Commission for many years. Same time I was on the Affordable Housing Subcommittee, and I really tried very hard to do both of those things well. But eventually I decided that I did not have the time to do both of them. I do work full time. I support my family. I have a chronically ill daughter. I provide a lot of the care for her on a daily basis. It could take an hour or more a day. I'm active in my faith community, and I just didn't have time for two committees. So I decided to resign from the Planning Commission so that I could focus on the Affordable Housing Subcommittee and really try to move that forward, something the town has really wanted to do for many, many years and just haven't had the energy. So I don't have time to be on the Planning Commission and on the Affordable Housing Subcommittee. I can't do that, right? So if we structure things so that people are unable to participate in a working group, whatever you want to call it, without being on the committee, then you lose the participation of people like me, and you'll have less public input and less ability of members of the community to participate. Now, you could presumably take on the responsibility yourself of creating a committee, affordable housing committee that wouldn't be part of the Planning Commission, right? And that's certainly something you could do. And then you could appoint people that wouldn't have to be on two bodies in order to participate. But I guess I would just think about your workload too. I mean, you all, I'm so impressed at the long meetings that you have and your ability to do everything, but it just seems like a lot for you to supervise all of this work. And if you could delegate to the committees the ability to gather information themselves, then you wouldn't have to supervise that work directly. So I just would encourage you to make your workload manageable, to empower your committees, to give them some ability to get things done. And as long as there's one committee member on the subcommittee who can make sure that they're complying with the open meeting law, I think it's a great way to get more input from more people, to allow them to involve other people who are not members of that committee as part of a working group or a subcommittee or whatever you choose to call it. So thank you for considering my views.
Thanks. It's always good to hear from people. I think we're not taking on any more as a board. All we're doing at this point is trying to figure out what everybody else is doing and making sure that the people that we appoint are doing what we think they are supposed to do under a charter, that they have a charter. It's basically sort of a housekeeping thing that hasn't been done that hopefully will make everything more efficient. But your comments are well noted, and we'll see how it all fits into the hopper. As you say, this is just a draft. Okay? All right, any other public comments? Catherine?
Public comment?
Yes. Come up and state your name.
Catherine Harwood, Norwich Village. An appendix or addendum to affordable housing, which I'm interested in as well. There needs to be either an additional committee or part of the affordable housing committee, when it's formed, dedicated to wastewater management in the town of Norwich. Currently, outlying homes are typically have a well and a septic system. But in the village, the lot sizes are typically not large enough to have both a well. Village residents mostly are on the Norwich public water system. So that helps, but there's usually not enough room for septic systems, in-ground septic systems, to meet the current Vermont regulations for wastewater systems. You need to have a backup system, and often the houses that are grandfathered don't have room for that. So I know the Marion Cross Elementary School has been dealing with septic difficulties for years. And around the village, we have notable septic failures. So please add wastewater management in with anything to do with increased housing in the town. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other comments? All right, seeing none, we'll move on to the minutes. We have 3 sets of minutes from January 20, 24, and February 14. As usual, we'll take them in order, and then we can have discussion. So, do we have a motion as to the minutes of January 20?
I move to approve the minutes of January 20th, 2024.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Second by Priscilla. Discussion. Seeing no discussion, I'll call the question. All in favor? Mary?
Yes.
Roger?
Yes.
Priscilla?
Yes.
Pam? Yes. Marcia? Yes, unanimous. Thank you very much. Now we are motion to approve the minutes of January 24th.
I move to approve the minutes of January 24th, 2024.
And do we have a second?
I would move that if we can amend, as amended.
We haven't
Have a
amended
second.
it yet.
No, well, but I want to amend.
Priscilla. Okay, discussion. Priscilla?
I read Pam's memo, asking for some corrections, and I thought they were all entirely warranted and should be included in the official minutes.
Okay, anybody else? I think I would note that our consistent practice had been that we were trying not to amend things that weren't structurally factual, because we're not taking verbatim transcripts. So I think Pam said that she had gone through some parts of the minutes to make sure everything was in order. I think did you do that assiduously for every topic on the agenda?
Yes.
You did.
Yes.
Okay.
And so the ones that I found that needed correction are the ones in my memo. We state that Priscilla was not only in the building, she was home.
Yeah, that definitely needs to be corrected.
Oh, but I'm so magical.
Yes. And there was also one where you voted, you abstained, I think, instead of voted.
I voted no, and I'm recorded as being abstaining. There were 2 public comments that were actually supposed to be under the agenda setting discussion. And
Okay, I read the memo. So does anyone else have any other concerns about that, or do we want to vote? Mary?
I don't have a concern, but I think I should, if we're going to vote as amended, I think I should withdraw my motion and state it that way.
Okay, go ahead.
Didn't have a second anyway. So I move to approve the
Priscilla
minutes.
did.
Sort of.
I'm sorry, I didn't, it didn't actually. She said she wanted to have a discussion about amending.
Right.
How do you want to leave this?
Go ahead.
To me, it's cleaner if I just withdraw it and restate it.
Okay, go ahead.
I move to approve the minutes of January 24th, 2024 as amended.
And do we have a second?
I will second.
Seconded by Pam. Mary,
Yes.
Roger,
Yes, I guess.
Priscilla,
Yes.
Marcia, sorry, Pam,
Yes.
Marcia, yes. Unanimous. And now we have the new type of minutes for February 14th. Do we have a motion for those?
I move to approve the minutes of February 14th, 2024.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Priscilla. Any discussion? All right, call the question. Mary,
Yes.
Roger,
Yes.
Priscilla,
Yep.
Pam,
Yes.
Marcia, yes. Thank you, unanimous. And now we move to the AP warrants. We have 3 warrants tonight. Again, let's take them in order. Do we have a motion as to warrant number 1105?
There's not an 1105 in the minute, in the
1101, sorry.
1101. Okay. I move to approve AP warrant number 1101 in the amount of $120,000, $120,615.47 to be paid from the general fund.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Priscilla. Any discussion? Call the question. Mary,
Yes.
Roger,
Yes.
Pam,
Yes.
Priscilla,
Yeah.
Marcia, yes, unanimous. And now warrant number 1102.
I move to approve AP warrant number 1102 in the amount of, let's see, $4,859.79 to be paid from the Operational Performance and Development Fund number 51.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Priscilla. Any discussion? Call the question. Mary,
Yes.
Roger,
Yes.
Pam,
Yes.
Priscilla,
Yes.
Marcia, yes, unanimous. And finally, warrant number 1104.
The biggie.
I move to approve AP warrant number 1104 in the amount of $5,489,405.47 to be paid from the general fund.
I'll second.
Seconded by Priscilla. Any discussion? No discussion. Call the question. Mary,
Yes.
Roger,
Yes.
Priscilla,
Yes.
Pam,
Yes.
Marcia, yes, unanimous.
Can we start passing them around?
Yeah.
So we don't forget the.
I'm signing.
Let's do it. 3 of us counts, right?
Right. 3 counts. There we go. All right, so that brings us to our new item 4A, and that would be the library. So Lucinda, yes, please come up. So Lucinda, I sent out the text of our email exchange today so that the board was prepared and understood that you're looking for an HVAC grant for the library.
Yes.
So trying to keep to the open meeting law requirements, I did not send them out the answers that you posed. So if you want to go over those answers.
We also haven't seen the document because
Yeah, I didn't
it
send
couldn't
it
be,
out.
no, it couldn't be opened. Yeah.
It's a blank document, and the only time that municipality was mentioned was in that. Didn't I send you? I sent you the whole thing so you could have opened it up.
Have I? No,
There was no form.
I have, it's nothing. I have the one I'm working on if anyone wants to just look at it here.
Or we could also, I suppose I could share my screen and we could put it up. Do people want to look at it on the shared screen?
I'd just like to hear a description of it,
Okay.
not.
Okay.
detail.
So first off, thank you very much for allowing me to come, and it's hopefully not setting a terrible precedent for putting this in the agenda. Part of this is a huge timing issue. This is a competitive grant from the U.S. Treasury that is administered by the Vermont Department of Libraries. The grant opened on February 1st. The grant is due on March 12th. Because it is a federal grant, there are 1,000 hoops to jump through. And one of those hoops was to ensure that we had a project that met the lowest level of funding that they're offering. Funding is between $300,000 and $1.4 million. The goal of the grant is to enable public libraries to address critical building repairs and improvements so that Vermont communities will have continued access to high-speed internet to directly enable work, education, and health monitoring. Prior to the pandemic, we had as one of our capital plans was to upgrade our HVAC. This is the grant that we can apply for. The project scope right now is that we will have a multifaceted approach to improve the air quality at the library, to continue the library's move away from fossil fuels, and to provide safe and private spaces for internet access to underserved users. Specifically, we right now have air conditioning on the upper level of the library that died last summer. The condensers cannot be replaced, and the children's room and community rooms, two of our most highly used rooms, have no air conditioning or fresh air exchange outside of windows in the community room. That meant that during the pandemic and 18 months after we all kind of went back to normal, those rooms had to be kept closed until we could get portable air purifiers, and we had to limit the number of people using the room. The overall goal of this grant would be to put in an HVAC system that has fresh air exchange, relies on heat pumps, which will help us during the heating season, and will also bring in fresh air to all parts of the library. And we are also looking to reconfigure and renovate the staff area on the upstairs, the main part of the library, to create a room that can be used accessible for people to use to have private meetings, for telehealth, social service agency meetings, and work using Zoom or Teams. Right now, I would say in the last 18 months, we've had a real high number of people who are using the library to conduct very private business. They may not have cell phones, so they use the library's phone, and they just are not afforded the kind of privacy they need to talk about the issues that they're facing. This is a grant. So what we're asking for, the grant requires a letter of recommendation of support to the project of the municipality that the library serves. So all of you. There is, as an incorporated library, we're not a municipal library. The town will not be asked for any funds around this project. The grant that we're asking for would pay for the entire project. The library will be financing the project. And we've talked to the state about how important is it to have a letter from the government, the town government, if you are not a municipal library, and it's absolutely necessary. We need to show that there is support for this. I think that this grant, if we get it highly competitive, they hope to have at least one library in every county get funding. This is a game changer for the library. As a nonprofit, as well funded as we are by this town, this is about a $350,000 project to do this HVAC, and then a little bit of the construction of fixing the upstairs room to create this private space, which we really, really need. We are also looking into getting an office pod and having that space available for people for private. Right. It would be like, think of a telephone booth, but a little larger. That you
Inside the garage space?
Inside, so you could have you would have like covering so people could be in there and having meetings, and not everyone's.
How big a space are you envisioning? I mean, for
So-
so many people to meet at once.
Well, so right now, the easiest reconfiguration of the library right now would be to cut my office in half. It's perfect to do because there is a door that goes into the fiction room. There's a window, and it would probably hold 2 to 4 people comfortably. It would be soundproofed. and have access to the internet, and we would provide the technology needed as well, because not everyone has the devices necessary, but we have that, and we have the technical know-how and support to help people.
Good. Any questions, anyone? Mary?
Yes. What's the actual name of the grant?
Yeah, the grant is called the U.S. Treasury Capital Projects Fund for Libraries.
So
And you can,
can you say that again? U.S. Treasury Capital
Projects Fund for Libraries.
Fund for Libraries. Okay, thank you. I think it's very worthwhile, and I would support it, and I will move to do that if other people are ready.
Any other comments? Are we ready for a motion? I guess the only thing logistically, you'll prepare something,
A letter for us.
a letter, well, for us or for Brennan?
Leave it to you all to decide.
Okay.
Didn't you say that it had to come from the municipality?
It has to come, and the Department of Libraries, I asked if it was like needed to come from the board, select board, or from a town manager, and they don't have a preference. For most people who are municipal libraries, it would have to come from the select board.
Okay.
We're in that funny gray area where they were like, whatever's easiest was kind of the answer.
We're a town manager form of government, so. Mary, perhaps your motion would authorize, Brennan to sign a letter, perhaps with the concerns identified, in my email.
Okay, well, I'll try it this way. I move that the select board approve and endorse a letter of support for the U.S. Treasury Capital Projects Fund for Libraries to be signed by the town manager, Norwich town manager.
I'll second.
Okay, any more discussion? Call the question. Mary,
Yes?
Roger,
Yes.
Priscilla,
Yes.
Pam,
Yes.
Marcia, yes, it's unanimous. So work with Brennan and he'll make sure that the letter is right.
That's great. Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming. Good luck. All right, item 4B is the new second thing on the agenda for our organizational meeting. And I know we always do it the day after, but we hadn't discussed it, so I just included it on the 13th in my notes for what we would be doing on the 13th of March. Mary, go ahead.
I'm just going to move that the select board organizational meeting be scheduled for March 6th, 2024 at 6:30 p.m.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Any
Is that-
discussion? That was Priscilla.
Yeah.
All right, 6:30 p.m. And that would be, what is it? Wednesday, March 6th.
Yeah. We wanted 3 meetings in March.
Yep. One more. All right, call the question. Mary,
Yes?
Roger,
Yes.
Priscilla.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
Marcia, yes. That's our organizational meeting. Okay. And now we will move on to a regularly scheduled agenda, which is item number 5, the first writing letter. Lamperti, would you like to come to the famous table?
So I'm not sure if what you want me to talk through the project? I mean, it's not really a project yet, the site, or how do you want to proceed?
I'm sorry, what?
Could you introduce yourself?
I'm Aaron Lamperti. I live at New Boston Road. I am asking for a letter of support from the select board for a preferred site status for a portion of my property on New Boston Road. The planning commission has already signed said letter.
Okay. So I'll let anybody else who has anything to say. I have a couple comments. Anyone have something they want to talk about, add, question? Pam?
We said something about an earlier project about having the right to intervene. Is that going to be part of what you covered?
It is.
Okay.
Priscilla?
I read everybody else's packets and notes and stuff, and so I was very pleased to see that you went before the planning commission, and I would say if they've vetted it, that sounds pretty good to me.
Okay, Mary or Roger?
I support this project. I'm wondering whether the motion would need to have language about the, just having party status to it or not, or is that a later step?
Yeah, okay. So as has been alluded, the select board agreed latterly for anytime a case like this came up, I think you were on the board then, maybe, I think. What we agreed was that our council would file for party status because we had some difficulty with another.
Right, that would be in the PUC process.
Yes.
We're far away from anything like that, but
Right.
of course, you always have the right.
Right.
That is not actually need to be specified at this stage. You would have the right in any.
No, I'm just explaining to the board.
Okay.
Because some people weren't on the board at that point. And so basically what that does is it gives us party status, so if there are any significant changes proposed as part of the PUC process, then we get it. We get that information. What I'd like to suggest, because this is the first time this has come up since we've had that particular situation. And
I think there was
Michael,
on, on Elm Street, maybe.
Yeah, but he talked about.
but he didn't need a preferred site letter, I believe.
Nevertheless, I think you
Yeah,
supported his project
great.
in a similar manner.
I'm trying to talk about the preferred site letter.
Okay.
Okay. So what I'm going to suggest is, as indicated in the planning office memo, that the letter is supposed to come from the select board upon recommendation of the planning commission. I would like to suggest that this body ask for our advice of counsel as to the letter, which should come from us rather than the planning commission. And so I would like that to be part of our process. We haven't really thought about this too deeply yet because we have just gone through that other situation and we decided that we wanted as much information as we could get so that if things changed, the board was apprised. And so, I don't know whether it would be necessary to have any sort of cautionary language in a letter, like any material change to the project or material error in representation as grounds for any of the undersigned to reconsider designation, or if just having party status is enough. But I'd like our council to look at the letter that we send. So I would recommend that we approve this subject to having the letter reviewed by council and changed as appropriate.
Marcia,
Anyone else? Yes, Roger. Oh, I don't know who was first, Mary or Roger.
Mary had her hand up.
Roger. Go ahead, Roger.
I just really don't think that's necessary.
Okay. Mary?
I don't either.
Okay.
I think it's good to keep in mind, but I think it's, I don't think it's necessary either.
I do actually. I'd like council to just, because we've got them putting in for status, whatever we're saying in a letter, I think it's a good idea that they're aware of it. And it's not saying that it's not going to be a letter of support. It's just basically seeing that council is on board with what we say. Anyone else? I'm Priscilla.
I'm not clear why we didn't have to go through this with Michael Hennessy's array. And we would have to, going through council and all that stuff, and we would have to go through it in this case.
I think preferred site letters, you probably can explain this better than I. Preferred site letters aren't required for every project. But
It's a sort of a complicated facet of the enhanced energy planning statute, which is not very old and may not last much longer. It's hard to tell. But in the town of Norwich, according to our town plan, the entire town is automatically preferred site, except as affecting certain
Ridge lines.
well, the ridge line, the coast, and the town, basically the village. My site, I don't know about Hennessy's site, but my site is tentatively slightly bordering the ridgeline overlay. So I have to have a site letter in order to be preferred. I'm not automatically preferred. I believe he asked for a preferred site letter from you to make it clear, absolutely, that he had preferred site status with not relying on the sort of automatic site status. That's what my recollection is, but of course I wasn't part of that process and I don't glanced at it.
Well, the planning office had identified in the materials, it says the subject site is located partly within the ridgeline protection.
In my case,
area,
yes.
and therefore does not automatically qualify as a preferred site, which is why we need to do it.
And then the backup is to have a letter signed by the planning commission, the select board, and the regional planning commission.
Yeah. So
It's not permanent. It is only designating that this is an acceptable site within the town's various requirements. Or
we just had so much consternation from neighbors with the other site. I'm trying to make sure that as we go forward, we're very cautious and,
right. I believe council will tell you that you cannot you cannot put language into a preferred site letter saying you get to recall this letter if you decide to later. I doubt that that's going to be a viable bit of language if that's what you're trying to do.
No.
If you're not trying to do that, then I don't know what how council could possibly take issue with the planning commission's version of the preferred site letter. But
I always like to ask.
Marcia,
I'm sure they're happy to.
Wait a minute, one at a time.
wait, I make,
Pam first.
Because this is on a, near a ridge line, and because of the problems we had with the other project kind of moving around because of various circumstances that came up through the process of doing the siting of the solar array, I think you're justified in being concerned about, if this project should have to move for some reason, that, we be informed of that.
Well, I think filing the party status will do that.
Okay.
Yep.
I think that just what I was saying was, I don't know anything about these citing letters. I don't know where this language came from. I don't know if it's boilerplate. And I figured since council is doing the filing for party status, council usually like to know what their clients are saying in the first instance. So that was all I was
So
suggesting.
you want to bring council in from the very beginning?
Just show them the letter
From day
and say,
one.
this is what we're gonna do, and they can say, great. Or
Okay.
may I make a motion?
you may make a motion, Roger.
Thank you. I move to authorize the signing of a preferred site letter for a solar array on property owned by Lamperti-Eanet at 557 New Boston Road.
I'll second it.
Any discussions?
Does that allay your concern, that motion?
No, it doesn't send anything to council.
Okay.
So do we call the question?
If Marcia, if you're so concerned about what council would say about the letter, you could just review what they said the last time about the exact same templated letter. So I don't think we need to, I don't think it would be a good use of town resources. And I don't think
I'm not sure they did look at it.
well, I can
Right.
assure you they did. And I don't think it's a concern. I don't think it's I think you're making a political concern. And so I would like to call the question.
I take exception, no political concern. I come from a legal background, you know that. Mary?
I think in this case, you may be overly cautious that it looks like the sight lines are worked out, that the proximity to a ridge line is about the scenic aspects. And if you look at the map and you look at the cross sections of topography, they look all in order.
Right.
So I think for a preliminary just approval of what could happen. I think this is adequate. I think where we might have fallen down on our responsibilities last time was not following what happened next. In other words, we should keep an eye on it. It's probably going to be fine and not move around like the other one did. But I think we sort of thought, well, with that initial approval, we're good. So keeping an eye on it and having that preferred status would be good. But I don't think that sort of putting contract language into this is necessary.
Well, it might not be at all. Mary, Pam.
I'm looking at these diagrams. It looks like there's going to be substantial tree clearing. Is that correct?
Substantial is a word.
Can you tell us how many acres might be?
As you can see, I think I marked out something like 4 acres, which is just the area that is reasonably flat and then reasonably where I would want the project to be. The actual acreage of 150 kilowatts of panels is something like 1/10 of an acre. So, and then the site is partially cleared because I was originally thinking I'd put my house there, and it's where my septic field is. So it's partially cleared for those reasons. Already has a track running to it. So the actual number of trees that will actually be cleared, I can't tell you that because I don't actually have this is very preliminary to I don't have a plan. I don't have an actual, anything that would say that. The project, my intention would be, the idea would be that the project will be within that 4 acres, probably be an acre or 2 of that would be cleared. The rest of it would be cleared. It's already, as I say, partially clear.
I'm afraid as this discussion goes on, I'm becoming a little uncomfortable with us not filing for party status because of.
We will.
We will.
Yes.
Oh.
The only thing I was suggesting that we look at was the language of a letter which appeared for us to sign. And I was looking at what our own planning office said. The letter is supposed to come from the select board. Well, it didn't come from the select board. It came from the planning commission. And so I just thought, due diligence, we would have council look at it.
The letter in the past is signed by I signed it as chair of this board, and Jackie Allen signed it as chair of the planning commission. It was a jointly authored letter.
Right.
So
How did we get into such a mess on the other one?
we're making it a mess.
We didn't have, Roger, we need to keep some order here. We didn't have party status before. We now have made a motion that we'll always have party status. I was just trying to regularize the procedure even more by making sure that the letter was looked at by council. And then it truly comes from the select board, signed by everybody.
Should the motion say anything about the letter will give us party status?
I don't think that's necessary because the board has already voted that, and Brennan understands that whenever these come up, he lets the council know that so that they can file. Correct, Brennan?
Yes, that is the process we have going forward for these siting projects.
Thank you. So Jack Cushman wants to ask or say something. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Is it appropriate for a member of the public to make a quick comment when you have a motion before you?
Yes, because
Thank you. My quick comment is that I know in this town, there are many proponents of expanded solar like me. And many of us watch these meetings with a sense of alarm that the select board is continually slowing a project, which in order to be feasible has to be moved along. We all understand that we have obligations to move away from fossil fuels to solar electricity, and I'm imploring you to expedite the process. And I support the motion that is before you. Thank you.
you're welcome. I don't know that anyone has suggested slowing anything down. Jan Landspear.
Yeah, hi. Just to clarify from the Planning Commission's point of view, in terms of the letter, it is my understanding that the the same letter is needed independently signed by the Select Board, the Planning Commission, and the Regional Commission. The act of putting 3 signatories on the same sheet of paper is simply a convenience. It's an independent signing by the 3 bodies. So if you want to copy that same letter and sign it and have 3 copies, 3 separate letters, doesn't matter. It's just paperwork simplification. The decision and the letter is done by the 3 bodies independently.
John, where did you get the language? That's my question.
That was proposed, I think, actually, Aaron, that came from the previous project, the Norwich Solar project. Is that right?
I think the one that was in my packet to the planning commission actually came from the planning office. So,
okay, so it probably wrapped around from Kyle based on the conversations, but it's limited to simply the preferred siting statement, and the planning commission, for your information, also fully intends to have party status and file for party status, and that's completely separate from this and happens at a later date when the PUC process commences.
Okay, thank you. All right, shall we call the question? Or does anyone have anything else they want to add? Everybody knows the motion, correct?
Yes, can we vote, please?
Yeah. Yes, Mary? We can vote. I will call the question. Mary?
Yes.
Roger?
Yes.
Priscilla?
Yeah.
Pam?
I'm going to abstain because I don't understand the process well enough.
Okay. I will vote yes on this, but I will say that I do think that we need, please, to have these things vetted by council so that we don't have to. I've seen it so often in life where people come and say, this is what's happened, and council say, it's too bad you didn't talk to me about it. So the vote is 4 in favor and 1 in abstention.
thank you very much.
Good luck. All right. Commission appointments. Do we have Linwood Andrews here? This is, as I understand it, this is to be appointed to the Connecticut River Joint Commission's Upper Valley Local River Subcommittee. So would you like to tell us what you would do as part of your representation for Norwich on this subcommittee?
Well, I'm Linwood Andrews, 69 Meeting House Road. What I can tell you is what the responsibilities are of a local subcommittee member. I answer your question?
Sure.
Okay. So I would become the contact person for the town on river-related issues to the commission. I would help the town put the Connecticut River Management Plan into action. I would provide advice about permit applications for projects that could affect the river, including site visits that occur in order to investigate the permit application. I would advise the commission on issues of concern that you have or that residents of the town have, such as water quality problems or Main Street revitalization. And I would shape work being done for our valley by federal and state agencies. That's really just expressing what the views are of the town as the federal and state agencies have projects or permit applications. So for example, the dam relicensing would be an example of that. The commission does not have any role in saying yes or no to anything that is done by the federal government with regard to relicensing the dams on the Connecticut River. But I can, through the subcommittee, the Upper Valley Subcommittee, represent whatever concerns Norwich has about issues related to the dam relicensing. And that is done through either, it actually can be done in 2 ways. The town itself can write a letter during the comment period, which has now begun.
Mhm.
And the subcommittee can also write a letter reflecting the views of the various towns that are represented by the subcommittee to the Joint Commission, and then they can also submit a letter as part of the comment. But they don't have any formal regulatory or formal role in that kind of thing. So that's
Okay. So I was just gonna say, I had met with Kathy Uffer,
Mhm.
and who's with the Connecticut River something or other, Conservancy, and also with Craig Lane and Ernie Ciccatelli, so representatives of conservation and the conservation and planning. And so basically, you know, because this FERC license goes for so long, and because it can impact with the flowage rights, it can impact the amount of flooding that we have in places like up around Hemlock Road up there. There's a lot of flowage rights that go up through that river that comes into the Connecticut, as well as things like just recreation and, you know, use of the river, either by individuals or if somebody has a canoeing company or whatever. So I just think that with the changes that are going on, the reason I tried to pull everybody together was so that we could make a comment, and the comment period is, as Linda has just mentioned, is open now, but it ends by April 22nd.
Mhm.
So I was kind of hoping that, you know, it isn't like the select board needs something else to do, but we should probably, as a community, pull together folks like I tried to do before, and you know, see what issues there are that we want to comment on, because this is kind of a golden opportunity before FERC gives the license,
Mhm.
and then we're stuck.
Sure.
So do you see yourself as having any, well, you're willing to participate in that sort of thing, or even
Absolutely.
guided or whatever?
Mhm.
Okay. Does anyone else have a question?
Did I hear you say something about Main Street renovation,
Main Street revitalization.
vitalization?
Mhm.
Is that in town generally or specifically in Norwich?
No, that would be a general thing that somebody on the subcommittee might involve themselves with, but it would relate to water quality.
Somebody needs to mute themselves.
Would you, for any reason, be in the Norwich Fire District, which is what provides the town water for those people in the village who get it?
Only in the sense that there was some issue related to water quality that had an effect on the river. It's not regulating water use by the town or something like that.
No, but our well is over there on up Route 5, not very far.
Mhm.
You know.
Well, it sounds like
Well,
there's a need for as much information and communication as can be. Mary, did you have a question?
Yeah, just a general comment that I know over the years, there's been a tremendous amount of erosion during due to fluctuating water levels. And so that, I think, is just an ongoing concern. And I would hope that that there could be outreach to people who live next to the river who do have concerns about the river. I don't know how that would be, but I think that would be a great idea for the town if there was outreach.
Well, I would suggest I can send to the board the information that Kathy Uffer sent to me just recently, saying that everything was open for comment. And I think she sent some letters that are examples. So we could talk about rather quickly about what we would want to do, if anything, how we might want to pull in the other commissions, and basically come up with something that represents the concerns of Norwich. Does the board feel that's reasonable?
So I'm sorry, Marcia, point of order. Are we discussing an appointment for Linwood Andrews, or are we discussing?
We're discussing an appointment, and I threw that in because it's germane to this, but because I wanted to find out exactly how it interfaced, if at all, with that other work and what exactly they would be doing. So do we have a motion, first of all, about this appointment? And you also had indicated that there might be an alternate person, but
Chris Rimmer has put himself forward to be an alternate. He's out of the country, actually, I believe, right now, so he couldn't come to the meeting tonight.
and he didn't submit any application, I don't.
Not yet. Okay, well, then I'll get back to him on that.
Okay. All right, so all we have is an application from Linwood at the moment. So does
Could I
it?
just say also, the
Yeah.
town is eligible to have 2 representatives and 1 alternate, just for your information.
Okay, that's good to know.
So may I make a
Roger?
suggestion? So
You
I'm
may.
gonna make this motion, and then what I might suggest, because my understanding is Linwood was proactive in volunteering following someone bringing it to her attention at that conservation committee level. So I might suggest that we make this appointment and then advertise, if we haven't already, to the general public about the second position, and see where that ends up. But for now, I'm happy to move to appoint Lidwin Andrews as the Norwich representative to the Upper Valley Local River Subcommittee of the Connecticut River Joint Commission.
I'll second it.
Great. Any more discussion? I'll just say, I don't know if you could hear Linwood, but she said that we are entitled to have 2 representatives and 1 alternate if we wanted to, so we could advertise those. All right, I'll call the question. Mary?
Yes?
Roger?
Yes.
Priscilla?
Yes.
Pam?
Yes.
Marcia, yes. Congratulations, and you may.
Thank you.
Yes, we may be here.
Be an interesting learning experience. Do you need the original to sign for the commission says I have to have select board approval or I have to be appointed.
Yep.
And so this is, I can give you the original copy to sign.
Okay. I'm signing as chair, everyone.
One question I would have is that they follow the open meeting. All their meetings are open, they're warned, and their minutes. Does the select board wish me to submit to you the minutes following each of the meetings so that you can see? I can put them on the serve.
Miranda, I'd be
Miranda.
interested in reading.
Yeah,
them.
I for you too.
Okay.
I think sending them to Miranda would be good.
Yeah.
Would you like to make a copy of that for our files? I'll take it and make a copy.
Oh, thank you. She's going to make a copy.
Okay. All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I have a question about that last part.
Yeah.
So I think the minutes would be very interesting to the public. So when you say send to Miranda, would they be posted like minutes of other commissions or committees?
Brendan, what do you think?
I would suggest we would post them in correspondence, probably.
Okay, just so the public would have a chance to see it.
Yep.
That would be good. Okay.
We'll be right back with that for you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, Brennan, do you think that, because we are now at the stage where we're talking about the preparation for the town meeting, do you want to share the slides or how do you want to proceed? I think that would be helpful perhaps.
Marcia, I don't know if you want to consider, I don't know what time we advertised for our attorneys to be here. I don't know if you want to reorder the agenda to get the, anyway, I don't know.
Thanks for bringing that up. Brennan, you spoke with council today. What did you agree?
Well, John is on. I asked him to join us around 7:30, assuming we would be getting close to that point. We certainly could reorganize the schedule of this. I think we were gonna work with John on the next 2 agenda items there, 9 and 10. So we might have to adjust both of those if we're gonna do it that way.
Okay,
Support that.
so we'll make 9 will become number 7. Thank you. And 10 will become number 8. 7 will become number 9. 8 will become number 10.
So we're gonna keep postponing were we gonna have an attorney with us on the listers issue?
No. So it's okay. We're gonna do that.
Sorry, I missed the discussion because I wasn't given a copy.
We've got, thank you for doing that. We had council online and we're going to move into, we reordered so that we can do the collective bargaining contract, which is number 9. We'll do that now. So that will become number 7. And then he's going to be needed for the next one, which is 10. That's become number 8. Then the old number 7 is now number 9. And the old number 8 is number 10.
Okay, and then we go back to 11.
Back to 11. So following that, who's on first? Shall we now have a first motion as to our number, whatever it is, 7 now, collective bargaining union contract?
I move to find that premature general public knowledge would clearly place the public body or a person involved at a substantial disadvantage pursuant to 1 VSA section 313A1.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Seconded by Priscilla. Call the question. Mary?
Yes.
Roger?
Yes.
Priscilla?
Yes.
Pam?
Yes.
Marcia? Yes, it's unanimous. And do we have a second motion?
I move to enter executive session under 1 VSA section 313A1B to discuss labor relations agreements with employees, and under 1 VSA section 313A1A to discuss contract issues and to invite town council and the town manager.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
I'm sorry.
Seconded by Priscilla. Mary, how do you vote?
Yes.
Roger?
Yes.
Priscilla?
Yes.
Pam?
Yes.
Marcia, yes, it's unanimous. We're in executive session at 7:35 PM. Thank you.
A second.
Minute, I need a pen. Okay, we have a motion to enter public session and a second by Mary. Mary, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Roger?
Yes.
Priscilla?
Yes.
Pam?
Yes.
Marcia, yes, we are in public session at 8:08 PM. Do we have another motion?
Yeah, I'll make it. I move to ratify the FY 24 FY 28 renewal collective bargaining agreement and the related memorandum of agreement with New England Police Benevolent Association.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
A second.
Thank you, Mary. I'm going to call the question. Roger?
Yes.
Mary?
Yes.
Pam?
Yes.
Priscilla?
Yes.
Marcia? Yes. Unanimous. Thank you very much. All right. Now trying to find the thread here.
So we're gonna,
We're going to sign
I'm
that.
gonna sign.
I want to keep moving, but we'll
Yeah.
not. All right, we are now on the newly renumbered 8, which was 10. Review and discussion of financial implications for non-bargaining and bargaining employees. Brennan, would you like to introduce this issue?
Yep. So basically, now that the CBA has been ratified, we have a question about policy, in my opinion. We have had a history here for the last 12 years of kind of combining the wage chart, which is our grade and our step. And that has been basically kept for bargaining and non-bargaining employees equal. So what has been agreed to in the CBA is a increase in the current salary rates for the collective bargaining unit employees, and also a retroactive pay that is going to be going back until July 1st, 2023, which will be basically adjusting the increase in the pay that everybody in the collective bargaining unit is going to see back to that point in time. And as well as in some cases, retroactively recouping some of the health insurance payments that have been made by union members. So I guess the question at hand is, at this point, a policy question of, do we wish to continue the existing status of continuing to have non-bargaining unit employees and collective bargaining unit employees considered on the same wage chart? And I did do a little research just to kind of go back and figure out when this combination of the two, collective bargaining and non, was combined. And from what I can tell, this goes back to 2012. And I found a memo from September of 2012 from the former town manager, Neil Fulton, who had kind of called out the reasons for wanting to do this back at that point. It seems like it came from the creation of the Condrey report that we've talked about in the past. And that was kind of the impetus to moving from two separate wage scales to one. And if you'd like, I can just read you a little bit of that memo that I think incorporates what Neil Fulton at that point was trying to do. And he writes, again, I'll just read a small piece of this: a copy of a job classification and compensation plan for the town of Norwich. So that is the Condrey report. And the adjusted grade and step plan is included in the binder. The study was done to identify and resolve any internal or external inequities in our current pay scales and to develop a grade and step plan for non-bargaining unit employees. Bargaining unit employees are already on a step plan. So that is kind of the history, as I know it, of how that was created as kind of a unified grade and step chart that we have today. As I know folks on the board are aware, we have 25 grades. In the new ratified contract, we now have 2 new steps. So we are actually going from A to V as opposed to A to T, which was in our original or the non-bargaining unit employees' current position. So that all said, it looks like this went through a prior agreement to ratify a CBA back in 2018. And I guess the question before us tonight is, do we wish to continue the practice of keeping the non-bargaining and bargaining unit employees' wages on the same chart for consistency? And then there's a second question, I think, looking at the retroactive pay that is going to be calculated and paid out to the collective bargaining unit employees. Do we want, if we want to combine these still, do we want to look at that as kind of an equality thing where the non-bargaining employees would see the same benefit? So with that, I will stop talking and answer questions unless Barry or John wanted to add anything to what I just said.
Mary? Yeah, I have, I think, two questions. One is, since our wage chart, the new wage chart, it was created to reflect the job descriptions of DPW workers and police officers. It's if we did implement this, how do you determine where someone fits on the chart? And the other question is, was that wage study ever completed, and are there any insights from that that would inform how to place non-union personnel on the chart?
Your question being the current wage study that we're doing right now with GovHR?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that has not been completed. We kind of put that on a hold because we wanted to get through the collective bargaining negotiations, and we've now done that. What they're looking at is basically the existing conditions of our employees, both non-bargaining and bargaining. And so we're going to have to now send them this updated information, and they're going to have to kind of recalculate that, I think, into what they had already put together. I've talked to them about it. I've kind of explained the situation, and I think they're willing to do that. I can say that we are fitting into what we've found as comparable communities. And again, what they've calculated is kind of a 60% of the current market rate is where they think most towns would like to be. So a little bit above the median. And then they calculate a range of about 35 to 40% on either side of that median number. And that's where all of our employees, bargaining and non-bargaining, are falling right now. So any increase that we would see to either the bargaining unit employees or the non-bargaining is still going to fall inside that salary range that they're considering to be appropriate. But we don't have the final report. It's probably now going to take a little more time for them to go back and kind of recalculate with a new grade and step chart where people are falling compared to the other communities in our study. And I guess the other piece to mention there is that I think what we're talking about here is about a 6.7% increase. Certainly, I think we have calculated that as the average for the collective bargaining unit employees. And I think that will be similar for the non-bargaining unit employees as well, as far as getting them back, if everybody stays in the same grade and step chart here. It's basically looking at maybe between 4 and 6.7% of an increase, which will basically bump everybody up what would be about 2 step increases from their current grade. And there's some additional complexities here that were built in around the police as far as separating those from the DPW. So it's not quite as simple as we're just going to have one chart as we always have. It's gotten a little more complex than that. But I think, again, what I'd like to figure out tonight is the board willing to continue the practice of keeping everyone, bargaining unit and non, on the same pay scales, basically.
So I have a couple questions. Yeah, okay. So I think in general it's not a good practice to allow the collective bargaining process and the collective bargaining wage scale and the collective bargaining terms to dictate with that degree of parity non-union personnel. I just like I don't. I think you just sort of hit on some of the complexity as to why you would not want the same kind of wage chart. You might not want a wage chart at all for non-union personnel. You might want to. So I also have a couple of questions too. So in 2018, when it was decided that the health insurance would be the same, what else was decided on the same? And did they, anything that was owed from the previous years, was that delivered to non-union personnel? I think there's also other areas where there isn't parity. I believe like certainly like around vacation days, I don't believe is the same. I don't think they have the same number of holidays. So I would like to
Roger, where do you get that?
From the process that I just went through, and also the personnel policies, right? So I guess if we're going to just sort of make the general claim of, you know, wanting parity, I would like to know, like, where do we have that and where do we not? I also, you know, we've authorized a wage study separately for non-union personnel. We also authorized your office, or else we were told not to exercise our right to write the personnel policies because your office was working on that. And now when it's a question of wages, we want to sort of disregard sort of our deliberate, thoughtful processes that we set out for you to work on with us in favor of just sort of this assumption about parity. So I don't think it's a decision I'm going to weigh in on without much more information. Some of that information we've previously authorized you to get for us. So I guess I'm just not pleased by the suggestion without thoughtful information being presented. A memo from Neil Fulton is not that information. A memo from 2012 is not that information.
Well, the information I just gave you from 2012 is the history behind when this was created as a parity between the non-bargaining and collective bargaining based on the wage scale.
Yes, but but when you even say the wage scale, like that is representative of a 2012 moment in time. It's not representative. I don't think we can, the facts on the ground are not the same. So like a policy.
Well, it was representative right up until that contract was ratified 15 minutes ago.
Yeah, I mean, we've had one wage scale, as far as I can tell, from 2012 until 2024. So, well, actually 2023, July. So I guess.
Okay, so but the wage scale is not the same now. And so I'm saying like, you can't to suggest that we should just keep the same practice. You can't do like, I just don't think that's.
Well, that's the question that he raised. And so okay. You don't feel that we can or should or something, or you want more information. So we'll see what other people.
Let me rephrase my one point. When we say we want parity between union personnel and non-union personnel, I would like that spelled out. Okay.
Okay. And I think I heard Brennan say parity would mean that they would be getting the same retroactive kind of what they call true up pay that the union people would be getting.
And pause right there, Marcia. Did we get that in 2018 or no?
That I don't know.
Yes, we don't know a lot of things.
Yeah, okay. I don't have a history of what happened in 2018 specifically. I think there's a couple of different variables here in my mind, right? One of these is if we've changed the wage chart, are we going to continue the practice of keeping the non-bargaining and the bargaining on the same wage chart, which would mean everybody's going to get the same increase in their wages. The second variable, which could be determined separately, would be the collective bargaining unit employees are all going to get this fairly large sum of retroactive pay applied from July 1st up until the end of February. Is that also parity to continue that, or to apply that to the non-collective bargaining employees as well? They could be separate questions, I think, but again, I'm trying to bring out the information we have with where we were as of again 20 minutes ago before ratification. And do we as a town want to keep the same policy in place where there is parity? And in my opinion, that is a good thing to do, and it will keep our employees happy, feeling valued, and feeling that they're all working at the same rate of compensation.
I just want to reiterate one. I just want to keep reiterating this point. We don't like the retroactive pay. Has that ever happened before? You've referenced policy. Has it ever actually been a policy or practice? We don't know that. We should find out. Do they share any of the other fringe benefits such as vacation or sick leave? Do we know anything about that? Do we know anything? We know that they all have the same health insurance plan historically. So I'm not debating whether or not this is something our town should do. I would just like to understand when we talk about parity and when we talk about policy that needs to be spelled out, right? What have we actually done in the past?
Okay.
We can go forward and
I get it.
I'm done.
Is it fair to ask John Klesch if he was here then, if he remembers, because there was quite a lag in the ratification and the lapse of the prior agreement. So a factual question, do you remember anything about that, John?
No, we weren't working on the town's labor issues at that time, and I have not tried to go back and see if we could find any evidential trail to answer the question.
Okay, thank you. Pam?
Well, I agree with Roger. And my question is, was the collective bargaining unit bargaining on behalf of all employees of the town or only the union members? And if it's only the union members, then what we pay non-union members should not be a part of this discussion. We should wait until we get this wage study to see where we stand with non-union wages for the types of positions that we have employees. And I think that the union thing is totally separate. And I agree with Roger too, that we also need to revamp the personnel policies. I went back and read the last 9 years of minutes. And I cannot tell you how many times there was talk about revising the personnel policies and it never happened. It's been going on at least since 2015. So my feeling on this topic is the union bargains for the union and the non-union is separate. And we need to see that wage study to understand how we measure up against other similar positions throughout the area.
Priscilla?
Philosophically, I want there to be parity on at least a policy basis, but we know that the salaries paid here in Tracy Hall are quite different from the salaries that are paid to the DPW and the police officers. And I have no idea what this is going to cost us. And I don't know if we have enough in our budget to cover this. And I would really like to have the wage study finalized before we make a decision about this, but I'm still of the point of view that it's better to try to keep the same general policies about things like vacations and sick leaves and health insurance coverage and all that stuff. So that's a kind of parity.
Okay.
I'm not willing to make a decision tonight, though.
Okay. I would just offer that I think this is a very small community, and we've just been through a pretty wrenching period where a lot of our staff felt that they were not appreciated in different ways. And I think that, you know, while it's probably true that you can't compare certain salaries because they're apples to oranges, like, you know, some of the jobs in Tracy Hall versus a police officer. You can probably find more similarities in administrative assistant type positions, whether they be in the DPW, the fire and police building, or here. So it seems to me this would be in some ways departing from a pretty long held precedent if we treated people differently and said, we are now going to come up with a different wage scale, especially if it turns out that the HR study shows that wages, both bargained and not, are pretty much where they should be in compared to other towns. So, and then I guess my last point would be that my suspicion is that this is not going to break the bank. And it may be that we have some information to justify that. But I think that over the last year, I've seen a coming together in this town that we needed badly. And I'm not hearing complaints from our staff. I hope none of you are. And so I would like to see that continue. And whether we make a change after we see a study, maybe, you know, maybe we do. And maybe we, at that point, thoughtfully think about reverting to two different charts or not having a chart. Although I think that produces some semblance of a feeling of equality among our staff. And again, it's a very small community that we have. So I guess I'm saying that maybe a good faith sort of truing up at the moment, assuming it's not going to break the bank, and then stepping through the results of the HR study and then thinking about how we're going to proceed might be seen to be a more equitable way of moving through this particularly changing period.
Marcia, if I
Roger?
may. So I appreciate that it's a small community, which is why, but this is also a workplace that we're responsible for. And so I would like to say that, you know, this body authorized during the height of inflation an 8% one-time bonus, right? I know of no other employer in this region who authorized such a thing. I would also like to say that for many, many years, we know for a fact that people received, you know, step increases, right, without the benefit of a formal performance evaluation. So, I mean, I think our employees have, you know, have gotten advances in ways that a lot of other employers do not have. To the extent that, you know, that is enough to make a healthy, you know, a healthy and supportive workplace, I think that's a separate issue. This body also authorized an HR study to look at these matters, and that also hasn't been completed. So I just don't appreciate sort of the silos in which matters are introduced to us about our workforce. I think that we've now heard of at least 3 things that we wanted to see done that have not gotten done around these kinds of questions. And I just don't like that approach. And that's all I got, you know?
Yep, I got it.
I'd like to respond if I could. So
Yes.
Roger, just to be very clear, and I know we had several conversations about this, we intentionally held the HR Gov study that we are undergoing to allow the negotiating team to complete the negotiations. Now, what they are proposing is a completely different step and grade chart. They're proposing 13 grades, different steps. That seemed completely inappropriate to bring into the middle of an 8-month delayed negotiation. So please don't insinuate that that was held back from you. That's
no,
untrue.
I wasn't talking about that HR study. I was talking about another motion in which we looked at an HR study that was supposed to address climate and workplace culture issues. I can look back and get you but I've also written to you and had a discussion about that as well. So like this, you know, to Marcia, I'm sure Marcia doesn't want to facilitate this kind of back and forth, so I'm not going to engage anymore. But I think my point that Marcia said that she understood, and I hope everyone else does, is that I believe that this body has authorized like a desire for processes to get these things in order and to work with our management team for that. I see these matters brought to us in silos. The question of Juneteenth as a holiday for our staff, the question of their compensation brought to us. It's like this should be in a series of, there should be a process for this rather than piecemeal decisions. I just don't want that. And I'm always going to give this feedback if that is brought to me in that way. So I'm going to step back. Nobody wants to hear from me anymore, but thank you for doing so.
Mary?
I think it's important to incorporate the data that the wage study is going to bring forth. And one thing I appreciated about the union negotiations is that there was sort of a mini wage study that was part of the work, you know, of comparables to other communities, which sounds like a parallel process to what is happening with the wage study. But I also think just in looking at the wage chart that's come out of the union negotiations, and also in looking in contracts from other towns, that the police are only really 3 elements of it, that everything else is DPW. So I'm seeing the wage chart as it exists through the union as being reflective of the job descriptions. And I'm not sure that the rest of the personnel in town, even though there is some overlap, as Marcia was saying, for instance, administrative assistant, that might be something that, you know, where there is enough parity to be quite clear. I'm not sure that's true of every position. And even though we did contract to have a wage study done, I don't think that the perspective of the wage study should necessarily subsume every other aspect of it. In other words, if they have an idea of it, fine, but you know, we might be able to have a wage chart with different sections, the police, administrative assistants, and DPW and other, you know, just based on job descriptions that would make sense. I also think that, you know, the union wages are going to go up, and the health insurance is, I think, more clearly defined. It's going to be easier administratively, and you know, I think that would be a benefit to everyone. So I think that can be worked out, and to get rid of the silos is maybe the question. You know, to get rid of the separate elements and to combine them into a coherent whole, but also to use all the resources that we have set ourselves out to use. Let's use everything. I think we can do this.
So Mary, what do you mean by silos?
Well, I'm just thinking that the process of union negotiation was a discrete process, and it had to do with the, you know, the tasks and responsibilities and certifications required by police and DPW and administrative workers. So you've kind of got 3 classes of employees there, right? But as far as being able to be completely on the same par with everyone who's a non-union worker, I just don't think that's true of every position in the non-union sector.
Excuse me, we're having some flickering lights here too, so if you lose us, that's...
We might have an abrupt adjournment.
I just don't see why we can't have a wage chart that would reflect job descriptions. And I do think that, you know, the other employees probably deserve to have increased, you know, to get a pay bump, just like the union. But how it's done, I think, is very important. I think it should be tied to what they do, and that should be reflected in a wage chart. When you just look at it, it looks like it's very uniform, but it's really not. You know, the union one is 3 lines of police, and everything else is, you know, DPW. So it's a little
So
that way.
To move us ahead here, one of the things, you know, Roger's kind of alluding to things haven't been done that he wanted to see done. Well, we haven't been clear as a board, and that's what we're going to talk about later tonight. But we certainly haven't been clear as a board with our town managers about what we wanted. And I think that is a historic thing. And things have always, in my recollection, been a bit, siloed. So I think maybe, as we had discussed, there is a point when it might be helpful to have an HR guidance, because what we're talking about here, if we suddenly revert to 2 pay charts and we don't true up, sort of wage parity for everybody across the board, then I think we are in territory that will unfold in ways we don't quite understand. So I think it might be time that we identify that HR consultant and possibly ask for some advice, because in tandem with getting the results of the HR compensation study and look at it as a coherent whole. And I think if you remember, I'll just say this, Mary, in the past, I certainly thought that the board should have more input in writing or rewriting the personnel policies. And in the last town administration, that was clearly going to be in the town manager's bailiwick. And then we had discussions about having outside counsel review and what we had. And I remember that council had offered to send examples, and we haven't really come to any conclusion about how we're going to move forward, but I think we need to do that. Mary, you wanted to say something?
I'm thinking about what you just said. So I'm wondering where the center of this argument is.
Well, at this point, I think Brennan has made he has explained to us what he thinks is going to happen in terms of, or the confusion that's going to happen. And he was trying to say, this is what would, what we would have done, it appears, in the past. And we can look back to 2018 and see what we did back then, if anything.
Mm-hmm.
The board is not at this point, I don't think, of one mind about how to proceed. And so perhaps the way we could move this forward is to get some more information, see if Brennan can, I don't know how fast the HR compensation study can be wrapped up. I don't know. We can look back and see what happened in 2018. We may be able to learn right now how much it's going to cost us to true up salaries. I don't know, but we could postpone this to after the election and the next board.
Or should I find my,
Pam.
the date is actually not 2018. It's 2020 when the agreement was ratified.
Right.
And Herb was here and Miranda. It was retroactive to 2018, but it was actually, the true up would have been in 2020.
Right.
And Herb and Miranda were here, so maybe Miranda has some institutional knowledge that would be helpful on the topic.
I'm sure Barry can find it.
But yeah, I think this is something that we should be trying to decide tonight because we have limited information.
Mary?
I agree that having the next board deal with this would be a better idea. I would like to know the results of that wage study. I'd also like to know kind of the logic of how the wage chart has been used in the past. For instance, how do you know how to compensate the recreation director, for instance? Like, how do you make the comparison between, I mean, is that on a par with the road foreman? There must be some basis of comparison between, just some of the positions that are non-union and those that are union. So I'd be interested in that. I'd also like to know what the comparative communities are. I mean, are we statewide? Are we 30? Are we, just one or two that seem very much like Norwich. So that matters to me as well.
Okay, Brennan, what do you think?
Well, I think we can certainly table this and come back to it. I think what we've done, if there's no decision tonight, is we have decoupled the collective bargaining unit employees from the non. And I think that will create some concern within our workforce. So as the town manager, I think I'm a little concerned about that. I understand other people's perspectives here, and that's fine. I can certainly ask GovHR to try to come back with what they promised to do, which was present a synopsis of their study to the select board and in a public meeting or a special meeting. I'm kind of curious how to treat this at this point with two different pay scales that have been now approved. And I'll work through that, I think, with the consultant and figure out the best way to handle it.
Okay.
Brendan,
Roger?
I do not think that it is factual to say that we have decoupled non-union and union personnel in their treatment of their total compensation. I think what we have learned this evening is you do not know all of the facts between those two workforces. I think another problem is that people who have been hired in the last 3 years were not hired with too much reference to that wage chart. So, there's also a management responsibility in how that wage chart is used. So I would really suggest we have things like compensation studies, HR professionals, and mediation to work at this, particularly because of some of the histories that Marcia has alluded to that people feel. I do not think it's factual to say that the board has decided to make this the case, because we don't actually know what has been we don't share the same sense of reality, and we need to do that.
Roger,
so we can come back.
Roger, I think the problem that I can see Brennan facing is at this stage, he does have a chart that people have been subject to. That's the old wage chart. And he has a new wage chart that was ratified a half an hour ago. And so we are in a world of two, unless we tonight said we're going to just stick with one. I mean, I think that's an option for us tonight. We could say we stick with one, like we have in the past, and then we can review that decision when we get all the other information.
But rather than saying, Marcia, I'm sorry, employees, the select board has blown up the wage charts we have, and I am but helpless to go do their bidding. You could say, like, I am going to work on that wage study, work on that HR study, and work on the personnel policies to make sure that you are treated with the full value that you bring to our community. So I'm very curious, and maybe this is an agenda item later on sort of the messaging and sort of the cadre that you build, because I would simply say, it is my job to make progress on matters as efficiently as possible, and I'm going to do that. Because I think this board would be very much happier with that answer, as opposed to 5 people blew up my wage chart, because I don't think that is necessarily true. So I digress again, and I'm done.
I think nobody is saying anybody blew up anything, but it is true that right now, the only thing we have to work with is an old wage chart for some people and a new wage chart for other people. And so now it's Pam's turn.
I don't have the contract in front of me to see that wage chart, but as I recall, it was only a handful of the different grades that were impacted by these changes in the contract. So I don't know how you true up the entire chart of 25 grades based on these few grades that were cited in this chart.
Brennan, do you have that answer?
I see 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 17, and there are 25 total. So what happens to the others? And again, I want to say that people joined the union because they wanted to have the ability to negotiate. We have non-union employees, and they will be treated differently because they don't have a collective bargaining unit to come before this board and negotiate a contract. So I agree with Roger wholeheartedly that we need to expedite these other things like the personnel policy and the wage study so that we can make sure that people are paid a wage that is comparable and competitive with other towns in this area.
Okay. Brennan, did you want to add anything or should we just table this?
I think at this point, we probably should just table this. I will just add, the last time this town updated their personnel policies or our personnel policies was in 2010. So it's been 14 years. The last time we did a meaningful wage study was 2012 with this Condrave report. So I feel at some level, we have been negligent in getting to this point in time.
And the Condrave report says we will review the wages every 5 years.
Yep. So
Okay.
I, as the town manager, feel some responsibility to try to keep my personnel working under the town manager content and fulfilled. And I feel that this, again, is a message of we are parting ways with the traditions of Norwich over the last 14 years, and that will create an HR and a PR problem potentially. I will try to manage that, Roger, as I can. But I think that is the reality that we have in front of us here at going forward out of tonight. Barry and the finance department are going to have to work on now retroactively making true up payments to the collective bargaining unit employees, going back and looking at that the healthcare, and it's going to be a significant amount of money that's going to get paid out. We kind of have an idea of what that will be. And then everybody in that collective bargaining unit will go into this new wage scale going forward as of the day of that true up. And everybody else, the other 11 employees in the town, are going to feel, I would think, a little frustrated by that. And I'll leave it at that.
Okay, so we will
I have one more question, if I may.
wrap it up.
Can you tell us, Brennan, how quickly you think we might be presented with some revised personnel policies?
Well, we've been working on that again over the last 8-10 months. Miranda's got that on her to-do list as the HR specialist for the town, and it's a pretty daunting task. So I couldn't say right now that it's going to be done in the next month or 3 months. It is a work in progress that as we have time, we focus on, but we haven't had a whole lot of free time.
I think we set a target date of March in hopes that it could be to us by March.
I don't remember a target date, but
I do.
okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That was Roger's suggestion, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we're going to table this for now. Mary, do you want to wrap up final thing? Mary, can't hear you.
Sorry. The health insurance arrangement is going to be a huge headache, I think. Just using the old arrangement because it has that cost sharing piece to it. I don't know. This needs a little more work, but I don't think it should sit.
But where is the work? Like that's my whole point. We want the work. Get the work done, and we will prove it.
It would be great to resolve it and to think it'd be a great triumph. Actually, it'd be a great opportunity to get this all straightened out. And maybe it's too daunting to ask Miranda to do this. You know, that there need to be other people working on it. So that might be, I think we have to table it for tonight because there's so many loose ends, but.
Well, we can certainly have counsel. They've offered several times to send.
Right. Maybe it just need to have more help on it to get it most of it in place.
Okay.
I know the true up in the agreement that was just ratified is March 15th, or at least the attempt to have all of the pieces that are going to be paid out to the collective bargaining unit employees by that date. So that's going to take some time and effort out of both the town manager and the finance department office to get that done.
Okay. Thank you, Brennan. All right, so we will table this and we will come back to it ASAP.
Should we thank the attorney for staying with us and is he still here?
John,
Thank you very much.
thank you very much for staying with us and for all that you have done.
Thanks, everybody. Good night.
Enjoy your evening.
All right, I believe that now gets us to our new number 9, which is the preparation of the Select Board Town Meeting presentation. Brennan, would you like to show the slides?
Yeah. Give me a moment. People seeing my screen okay?
I can't see anything.
Okay.
See you, but not a.
Did you make me the host?
No, you're a co-host. Give me a minute here. I'll see if I can find the packet.
While you're finding that, does anybody need a break?
Oh, why not?
All right. Brennan, let's have a 5-minute break. See you back here at
Actually, I think I'll go to.
8:50. Yeah, I don't know, whatever that is. 9 o'clock. That's 6 minutes.
not Mary. Who's Roger?
There's Roger. Okay. Carry on.
Brennan muted. Can he hear you?
Brennan, can you hear us?
Yeah, can hear you. Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So everybody has the thing, and I just lost mine, but go ahead. Does anyone have any comments? And I can't see anybody at the moment. Let me see if I can find this again. If you have a comment, please say your name. Board members.
This is Roger, and Mary has her hand up first. I don't know if
Thank
you see
you. Go ahead, Mary.
I think the information is clear, and I'm not so good at slide decks, but nice images are good. You know, you
Okay.
can start it off with a picture of town hall or something like that.
Any concern about the content, Mary?
Of the entire thing, or are we going slide by slide?
Well, I would say it's 9 o'clock, so if there's a piece of content that you're not happy with, let's focus on that, and we can do that with everybody.
I'm okay with the content. I'm okay with the content. I think based on the way candidate night went, that the question of the infusion of $700,000 is going to be a source of anxiety for people. So whatever
Okay.
that we can explain that or reassure people would be good.
Brennan or Barry, would you like to say something?
I'd have to understand the source of the anxiety, I guess, to make a comment.
the iron.
If I understand correctly, it's whether or not the it's the way it's couched as far as whether it's buying down the tax rate. Does that have to be a separate item on the warrant, or is it, I think it's even stated that it's against financial policy to buy down the tax rate.
Well, not using the surplus. There's been some misinformation or some confusion spread around the listserv, I've noticed. I might let Barry take this in more detail, but I guess just broad brush strokes. We are infusing $700,000 of surplus funds from the previous year, and we are asking the voters to ratify using that surplus in the budget. And that was what was discussed back in December with the board. That was what was voted on, and that's how we're proceeding. The rest of the surplus, the additional $1 million in surplus, is actually going to have the 3 warrant articles, and the voters are going to be able to vote on whether they approve of the use of the surplus for those 3 items. And so, in my opinion, we've done everything correctly as far as seeking voter ratification for the use of a surplus.
That was how I stated it last night as well. Could we maybe see it, this particular slide that shows the use of the surplus, just to see if it, that reasoning is reflected in it?
I think what we have to remember is that the auditors determined the surplus.
Well, yeah, I'm just trying to think of how it went last night, what people's questions were. It was more procedural. Is it actually allowed to do this? I mean.
So again, I think in statute and policy, the town voters need to approve the use of surplus funds.
Okay.
How they do that, or how the messaging of either putting this into the budget and allowing a voter to vote on the budget as a means of ratifying the use of that surplus, or having the specific warrant articles that are going to be used for the other 3 proposed uses of surplus. I've found no rules or regulations about how that can be done, as long as the voters are voting to ratify the surplus.
Okay,
Right.
reassuring to me to hear that, and that is kind of the same line of reasoning that I, said last night, that the most important part of it is that the money was not spent in the current year, A, and B, the voters have to decide what to do with it. And, if they don't like the idea of infusing it into this budget, they do have the power and the choice to vote down this budget. That would be the action.
That's right.
So the
Marcia.
slide we have up here, I think, is pretty clear about the history of the surplus over the last several years. And then again, the accounting for how that was determined. And we had the auditor verify that we had that much surplus. And that was where the decisions were made back in the budgeting process about how do we want to use some of this, if any, to buy down the tax rate. That's where the $700,000 amount was approved by the select board.
Roger? Oh, wait a minute, Pam had a comment first.
On July 8th of 2020, the master financial policy was amended under the fund balance reserve policy. And what was added was the designated fund will not be used to buy down the tax rate.
That's why we're using the surplus to buy down the tax rate, not the amount that was allocated.
The surplus is the undesignated fund. So that's where those funds go. The surplus is, Brennan, please. The undesignated fund.
Roger.
So the undesignated,
keep the order and use.
the undesignated fund is where the surplus ends up once the audit is completed. So the undesignated fund or surplus funds will not be used to buy down the tax rate. That was amended July 8th of 2020. And I read the minutes of that meeting, and that was the discussion that took place, and this was ratified.
Can I address that, Marcia? Because I think Brennan is not going to be able to answer that because it speaks to a very specific history.
You can go first, Roger.
Okay, so I want to actually comment on the presentation, but that policy was really, the background for it was really speaking to the practice that around July, when the board would set the tax rate, they would look at the undesignated fund slash surplus from the previous year, which was what the undesignated fund was, right? They would look at that and say, like, let's use a portion of that to buy down this tax rate. So it would so that was the practice that I believe is being spoken to in financial policy. Because you're not effectively supposed to use that money without voter authorization, right? So I think Brennan described the situation otherwise as perfect. If you don't like how the board decided to seek voter authorization on the surplus, you can make that criticism. And you can make it even at town meeting, and you can exercise your vote, and you can convince others to, vote as you may. But so that's that. Like the policies, again, yeah. So and then I could speak to this presentation whenever you want to take more comments, Marcia.
Okay, I might respond to that. Yeah, the wording doesn't talk about the July tax setting situation. It says the designated fund will not be used to buy down the tax rate, and you shouldn't read more into it than is there.
I think. Go ahead, Roger.
I to quote our, I guess he's not the junior senator anymore, but like I wrote the damn policy, right? Like I was there. I remember the context in which we were thinking and what we wanted to ensure safeguards for. All right, so I agree that it's not self-effacing, but like that was the context for that work. So there you go.
I think part of the problem here is that we've got terms that are confusing people. And so I had a conversation with Barry today. Barry, I don't want to put you on the spot, but would you like to sort of try and explain to people why they're confused about these terms?
I'll try. So I may be confused about the question because I was thinking when we were talking about funds that there was the focus on this Fund 50, right? Which is for, it's unassigned because it's for emergency things and not in a specific purpose. So I was confused if that's where the confusion was, because it's, you know, a $700,000 amount, right? So that money is not included in the surplus according to the auditor. And that's probably the best that I can give you for tonight. I don't know if that makes sense to people. I have gone back to Sullivan and Powers and kind of went over the scenario and asked them if they could help me draft something more in layman's terms to help people understand the differences.
Marcia, may I ask Barry a question? You may ask, well, ask me and you know how it works.
I would like to understand whether if Barry agrees with my terminology that the undesignated fund is comprised of what we call surplus funds. Are they one and the same? So
I think I can't answer that because there's confusion over how those are defined and organized in the audit and how we use them in NEMRIC. So the language is confused sometimes. So I don't want to say I agree because I don't know if I do, because everything's defined so many different ways in so many different places. I can't be any more honest than that. I mean, it's.
Mm-hmm.
Roger, did you have something?
No, I mean, I think that's clearly the work. So thank you, Barry, for your precision of language, right? Not assuming anything. So thank you.
I mean, for me, I asked the auditor because they created the audit. They've reorganized, recategorized, redefined things that I look at every day. Unless I know exactly how they did that, I can't answer the question. And that's what I've been working with them on, to take their audit and looking at how they categorize these funds to make sure that I understand it and how it relates to the reports I look at every day. And I am waiting for a response from them so that I can better articulate it, because I want to be right in what I say, and I'm not confident that I'm going to be right at this point in time.
So Barry, is it true that when you asked them what is the surplus, they said the surplus is the 1.8 million, and that doesn't include any of the undesignated, whatever you want to call it?
It didn't include the Fund 50.
Right, because Fund 50 is now a designated fund. It has a purpose.
It isn't considered that by the audit because your purpose is too broad.
Okay,
it's not just one purpose; it's too broad. It's an accounting rule, so it's not. If you look on, I think it's page 31 of the audit, it specifically says that it is not designated, it's undesignated.
Is it a restricted fund?
So
No,
if we have auditors,
unassigned.
we have auditors, and the auditors have determined a $1.8 million surplus. That's what we're dealing with, and that's what we have dealt with. And the 700,000 that we decided to put into the budget has to be voted by the voters, and you don't put it on more than once on the warrant. It's on the warrant in the budget. We've advertised that to everybody. And if you look at other towns, all you have to do is Google and you can see Rutland has done it, Chester has done it. People do this.
God.
I'm okay with it. It just
Okay.
how to communicate it. But I think it's, you know, we can do this.
And Barry, if you get any more information that you think would help explain it to people, please let us know. Board members, if you have anything else on this, let me know. Otherwise, Cheryl Lindbergh has a question.
I just have one comment about the presentation.
Okay, go ahead.
So for the last 4 years, which maybe that's history, maybe that's policy, I don't know. We've had it structured through the mechanisms of town meeting, right? So it's through the articles. So these seem to be all slides that speak to the operational budget, but then there's some things that speak to sort of the other articles about, Tracy Hall and everything. So I might advise from an organizational point of view to create slide headers that speak to the actual article in play. I don't know if that's a heavy lift. I don't know how you want to do it, but I would say the moderator would turn to the board to speak to the operational budget, and there's other monetary articles. Usually there's time for the other monetary articles, and then there would be a slide to talk about those monetary articles. Again, what's been done in the past is not necessarily policy, so we don't have to do it that way, but that's what's been done.
Brennan?
Yeah, well, I was just to comment on that. I think what we tried to do here was keep this fairly succinct as far as the slideshow. And we had said we were going to do it in 10 slides. I think we ended up with 15 at this point. I think as far as working through the other articles that are going to be discussed and voted on at the informational meeting and the next day, that would be, in my vision, the moderator reading those articles off and asking if there are any questions, as opposed to actually putting them onto a slide deck that would then have 40 or 50 slides.
And that's fine. I'm just letting you know what we've done. And Claudette in the past has explained that it's really the moderator who runs the show. So if they want us to speak for an extended period of time on 15 slides, then I suppose that would be fine.
Yeah, well, I think what we can do is just, I don't know if Brennan's already done it, but just have a word with Peter to coordinate. He's the moderator.
Yeah, that is, we've had a brief conversation, and we're going to do the kind of setup walkthrough tomorrow at Tracy Hall. And then I was going to get back to him with, here's kind of how we're going to, or I guess it really is up to him. How do you want to run this as far as getting through the different pieces of the warrant?
Cool. And then are you presenting for us?
Well, that was to be determined tonight, I think, as to who wanted to, or who was designated to be a presenter, or if it was going to get split up into different parts. I'll leave that to the board. If they want to assign that to me, I can certainly do it. If one of the board members wanted to do it, or the chair was interested, then that would be fine with me as well. Or we could take it different pieces. I thought maybe I would talk through the last slide, which was kind of where we are, what we're working on, because I might have some more insight to dispense about that.
Mm-hmm. I'm open to suggestions. I think as far as we could do something like, well, I mean, so much of this is the town manager's work. We've started off with, just to let everybody know where we are with staffing, because that's been a huge lift for the town manager's office. And then, what vacancies there are in Tracy Hall, and then the goals for the fiscal year budget. And then, that was kind of like where we started off. And then the component considerations, again, that's kind of what the board was thinking about. And then the budget was put together by the town manager and the finance office. So it would seem to me appropriate for the town manager to go through that, but I'm open to suggestions.
I'm okay with that if Brennan's comfortable with it. I presented the whole thing in the past, and I think a lot of it was, just based on the strength of the slide decks that have been produced, not by me, that was fairly easy to present. But, if Brennan's comfortable with it, I'd be okay with that idea.
Mm-hmm. Everybody else? Yeah. Okay. Brennan, you're on.
Can't wait.
With it.
All right. And you call on us whenever you need to, because we're there. The buck stops here. Anybody else before I call on Cheryl Lindbergh? Okay, Cheryl?
Hi, thank you, Marcia. I would like to comment on a couple things, one of which is the buying down of the tax rate and how it has been presented. And in accordance with the policy that was approved, in order to use the $700,000, there needed to be an article on town meeting to request the voters' approval to use that $700,000, because the town policy specifically states that you cannot buy down the tax rate. In other towns, they may not have such a policy in which they're supposed to follow, and therefore they don't have that restriction to follow in presenting the budget. In addition, the town of Norwich votes on expenditures. We don't vote on revenues. So there is no vote on the revenue side for the voters to show support for the use of a $700,000 tax rate buy down.
Can you point to the policy that you think says this?
Well, I know it says it. It doesn't, I don't think that. It's the
Okay.
it's the reserve fund policy. It's on the page, a select board page of the town report in
Yep.
the master financial policy link. And it's around page 29 where the policy begins. And the last, not the last statement, but almost the last statement that Mary and authored, and Claudette Brochu and Roger was there and voted for, was the change to amend the policy.
And I think the problem here is that there's a majority of people here, I think including the finance office and the auditors, don't think this is reserve fund money. They think it's surplus money. And that's a different animal.
It's under the title, Marcia, but it's not referring to reserve fund. And we're talking about the undesignated, which is the surplus, which is sitting there waiting to be used at the end of a fiscal year. The surplus is in a bucket, if you will, and then it's decided how it might or might not be used. And the policy is clear.
It's
as clear as the policies can be.
Yeah, I think it's clear if you define it the way you define it. And so I think we could discuss this forever and we're not going to get anywhere. The bottom line is that the majority of the board didn't think that this was a unreasonable way to do it. And I don't know if Norwich has in the past never done this or not, because they didn't have a surplus. But the remedy for the voters who have the option to vote for this $700,000 infusion is to vote down the budget.
There is no vote on the warning on the 700,000, Marcia. There is no article to vote on. Well, it's not netted to the budget number. The budget number is the gross expenditure budget. There isn't a $700,000 reduction to that number. There is no article to get the voter approval for the 700,000, which is the way the policy words it. So it would have been proper to have done it that way, but the policy didn't get referred to, and there was not everybody that was working on this didn't know.
Well, I think Roger has said that, and Mary, they had a different opinion, but we're not going to argue it.
Yeah. There's no mention of the $700,000 as part of the budget request.
What happened in the budget discussions was Joyce calculated what the tax rate would be if you applied the $700,000 to the revenue side. The only time you can do that is when you calculate the tax rate in July, which is what this board has voted that it will not do. So you didn't vote, you didn't include in the vote in this article that you're going to apply $700,000 in July when you calculate the tax rate. It's thrown in there as an aside on the revenue side, and Cheryl is correct. We don't vote on what revenue we're going to bring in. We vote on what expenses we're going to pay. So you've put yourself in a situation where you're going to have to raise taxes to come up with $6,221,233. And if you apply that $700,000, you're going to do what Herb told us was illegal, which was to buy down the tax rate in July when you set the tax rate. And that's what that policy says on page 25 of the Master Financial Policy. So you didn't really accomplish what you were hoping to accomplish.
Can I just ask a clarifying question?
Pam, you're part of this board too.
I voted no on the budget.
I know, but
I voted no on the budget for that
voted.
reason. I said,
I know
you
what you
need to
said.
have this as a separate article, and you refused to do it.
Yes.
Well, so
Roger.
I refused to do it because I just thought we would have the budget article, the operational budget article would say a gross total budget, which will include $700,000 of blah, blah, blah. Because then it would be clear what you were authorizing. Like people might still object because they would want that separated out, but that's far more technical than I think what we're hearing now. So we approved a warrant that makes no mention of the surplus funds in.
That's right. It says, shall the voters approve a gross spending general town budget of $6,221,233 plus state and federal grants and gifts consistent with budgeted programs for the period July 1, 2024 through June 30, 2025. There is no mention of using $700,000 of the surplus to reduce that amount that has to be raised.
Well, why don't we refer this to council and see what they say?
Yeah, that's we all have to, that's not great. I agree that that's not optimal. God, I wish you'd
listen to me.
No, I think it would have been appropriate. It may still be perfectly appropriate to have done it.
You would be buying down the tax rate in July.
Okay.
That is illegal.
We're not getting it.
I'm not interested in sort of this more philosophical argument. I just want to, I guess now I'm interested to, at this point, this deeply late hour, I'm wondering if we were as transparent as we should have been in that article that asked for the budget approval. So
isn't part of that transparency all of the meetings that we held, the information that was in our meetings, and also the informational meeting that is going to be held, which is going to be on these slides.
Great, that's right.
But your article doesn't talk about the $700,000 reducing that $6 million.
Right.
So you can't apply it to the tax rate to buy it down because you didn't get the approval of the voters to do it. And I tried to tell you it should be a separate article and you refused to listen to me.
We've heard you. Now, Brennan, perhaps we want to ask legal counsel this and move forward. We are in a position where we have got, where we're losing our voice, where we've got a warrant and we've got a meeting coming up this next week. And to make everybody feel more comfortable, we can talk to council and see what they say.
I mean, is the school, like, is town meeting happening as scheduled for the school? We have no reason to believe that they'll push their budget vote back, right?
We met last night. We haven't heard what they decided to do.
They're moving their budget forward.
Okay, thanks.
All right, well, I will certainly consult counsel on the questions being raised here. Again, in my opinion, the surplus can be used as we have planned to do so, with the vote affirming that $700,000 is going into that to buy down the rate, and that is going to be explained again at the informational meeting on Monday. So we'll hear back from them, but I don't see anything illegal about doing done.
I don't think it's illegal either. So to the extent that we need legal advice, like I don't necessarily know I need legal advice. I will agree that there's nothing on the 4 pages of the document that references $700,000 in the operating budget article. But I completely agree with what Marcia is saying, is that is the work of the mechanisms of town meeting, that long held tradition to do that work, right? And so like if it's just a matter of its legality, like I don't think we need, it's not illegal, I don't believe. I know I'm not the authority to say that, but I'm wondering out loud if it's as transparent as it could be, and maybe that's just hindsight, and we'll do our best work at town meeting.
If I might, Marcia, I sat in this very room, the night that Herb Durfee said, you cannot buy down the tax rate with the surplus in July. It is illegal. So I'm telling you right now that—
Was it in the budget?
No, it was never in the budget or discussed in the budget. That's the difference.
That's a different fact pattern.
And that's what the policy speaks to, is this board action of just saying without voter approval, without having any mechanisms of the budgeting process to say, like, let's use this money. And that was done in the past, and it's not, and that's what the policy spoke to. And Mary and I in that room that day agreed with Herb's recommendation. And I think it is a different fact pattern. We have to acknowledge that and not create misinformation.
Well, and I think that to quell this, we need to hear from council.
Well, I might also suggest we add maybe another slide, knowing that there's now been this kind of public discussion and concern raised by the board, or members of the board and the treasurer, and that could be something that we include into this deck here for town meeting day to help better explain the process.
That'd be very wise to do that.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's easy enough to do.
Okay. Any other comments about the slide deck?
Only if we could just have it slightly more beautiful. I don't know if that's possible, but it's fine. I think it does its job.
Well, we could do more beautiful.
I don't know. Maybe get Lily Trammon to help us or something.
Well, I started out with it having a little floor, and it looked a lot like Tracy Hall Gym, but I went to just matte.
This is good.
All right, I think we've exhausted this one.
Yep.
I don't know if she forgot to take it down, if she had something else to say.
Cheryl, do you have one more thing to say?
Yes, I wanted to ask a question about the content of your presentation. A couple of minor things. I could give you the names of my assistant treasurers. They're Norwich residents, if you'd like that for the slide.
Oh, that'd be good.
And I would say that Amanda Bolio is not a clerk. She's a contracted assistant to the listers. She's not a clerk. I would probably recategorize that. And you might, if you're interested or wanting to, you could state that, under the assessor, which was a contracted assessor, that we're under reappraisal for this, year. So we don't have an assessor, but we do have a contracted reappraisal underway. And to that point, I'm curious about using a tax rate calculation in your presentation. I wondered how that municipal rate was determined, because we don't have a grand list anymore, really. We're going to have a brand new one. So I was just wanting to know how that rate got determined.
What slide do you reference?
Well, I think if you go back, I can't move this around. If you go back, I believe there's a municipal rate. Isn't there, Brennan, a municipal rate? Yeah, something, town expenditures. Am I reading that wrong? FY 23.652? Or is that not a tax rate?
Is it the budget summary page?
Which change?
The one that
The budget summary page.
that one, yeah, that budget summary page, there's not a tax rate being reflected anywhere there.
No,
can't
I don't think we have a tax rate to talk about at this point because we don't know what the numbers are going to be. We have a percentage increase there at the bottom. I think.
What's the first line across there, Brennan? The first line with the 0.652, the 0.727.
Those are tax rates.
Those look like tax rates.
Yeah, that may have been a tax rate that was calculated by Joyce back in December when we were doing the budget discussion. I'll have to look at that and make sure that is accurate, though.
Yeah, I would give another look at that if I was somebody. I don't know how it's being done, so
Well, there were assumptions made, I think, when we were trying to do this in the budgeting process. So we were assuming the same school rate, which we know is probably not going to be
that's
accurate
not
at all. So
correct.
we could also consider taking that line out of there if we wanted to, and just make it more clear or less speculative.
Yeah, and or using a parentheses with projected or estimated could be a good way to get around it. But again, it's really tough to calculate a rate right now with the grand list under reappraisal.
Agreed.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. So we'll continue to work on this. Everybody's generally in favor of the direction. Yes?
Yep, very good.
So you've been very quiet.
Yeah, I don't think we did this very well, but it's kind of too late to do much about it.
Right now, we're talking about the presentation. Bad?
No, I mean, I'm delighted Brandon's going to do it. Thank you.
Okay. All right. And we'll hear from council so that we can know whether we've done anything we shouldn't have done. Okay. Next, we are on to, I believe, the new number 10, which is the Norwich Inn liquor license. And this is actually, hold on, jumping around here. We appear to have 3 separate licenses before us for the Norwich Inn's various licensed activities. And to take the required action, the select board must temporarily adjourn and vote to become the liquor commission. So would anyone like to make the first motion?
Yeah, I'll do it. I move to recess the meeting of the select board for the purpose of executing the duties of the local control commissioners under authority of 7 VSA section 167 et sec.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Priscilla has done that. So call the question. Roger.
Yes.
Mary.
Yes.
Pam. Yeah. Priscilla.
Yes.
Marcia. Yes. Unanimous. At 9:38, we are recessed and in the liquor commission mode. Has everyone had an opportunity to review these 2 things? We have a second class, a third class, and an outside consumption permit, all renewal applications. Any concerns? I don't think we have anybody here to talk about it. If you do, although Lily is on, she might know something to offer. Maybe not, I don't know.
Hi, I'm happy to speak if you want me to speak. But these are renewal applications. I did warn Dave that these would be on the agenda for tonight, and he said he'd try to make it, but they're just renewals.
Okay. Does anyone have a question about them?
No problem. Let them keep serving alcohol.
All right. Would someone like to make a first motion?
Yeah, I move to approve the second class license application number 37377 for Green Visions LLC, doing business as the Norwich Inn.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Priscilla. Call the question. Pam?
Yes.
Priscilla?
Yes.
Roger?
Yes.
Mary?
Yes.
Marcia? Yes. Unanimous. Do we have a second motion?
I move to approve the third class restaurant / bar license application number 37376 for Green Visions LLC, doing business as the Norwich Inn.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Seconded by Priscilla. Call the question. Roger?
Yes.
Mary?
Yes.
Priscilla?
Yes.
Pam? Marcia? Yes. Unanimous. Thank you. Do we have a third motion?
I move to approve the outside consumption permit application number 37373 for Green Visions LLC, doing business as the Norwich Inn.
And a second? Second by Priscilla. Call the question. Mary?
Yes.
Roger?
Yes.
Priscilla?
Yep.
Pam?
Yes.
Marcia? Yes. It's unanimous. Do we have a motion to close this session?
I move to close the Norwich Liquor Commission session and reconvene the select board meeting.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Priscilla. The lights are flickering. Roger, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mary?
Yes.
Priscilla?
Yep.
Pam?
Yes.
Marcia? Yes, it's unanimous. We are reconvened as a select board at 9:41 p.m. All right. Now I believe we are totally confused. Where are we?
Update on the list.
Update on the listers. So this is going to be another executive session to discuss attorney-client communications. Do we have a first motion?
I'm not sure. Let's see.
Didn't see it on the motion sheet.
Oh, no.
It just says update.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Sorry, people. I'm sorry. 1 second. All right. Give me a minute. Too many.
Recording in progress.
Uh-oh. Give me 1 moment. I'll find this and give you the language here. Sorry, just a second. That was my total omission yesterday.
Is it a two-part one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just bear with me. My computer's not being happy. Okay.
It's going to be a 313, isn't it?
Yeah, I just wanted to not do it, but, okay. I move to find that premature general public knowledge would clearly place the public body or a person involved at a substantial disadvantage pursuant to 1 VSA, section 313A1. I make that motion. Do I have a second?
A second.
Okay, Marcia and Mary. And then I move to enter executive session under 1
So
BS.
we'd have to vote on.
Oh, we have to vote.
Yes, we do have to vote.
We're
Call the
tired.
question. Roger, how do you vote? This is for the general public knowledge.
Yes.
Mary?
Yes.
Pam?
Yes.
Priscilla?
Yes.
Marcia? Yes. Unanimous. And the second motion, I move to enter executive session under 1 VSA section 313A1F to discuss confidential attorney-client communications made for the purpose of providing professional legal services to the body. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Call the question. Roger?
Did you invite the town manager in?
Oh, yes, I'd like to amend my motion if you please. And to invite the town manager.
Okay, I forget whether I seconded that, but I'll accept
You
your
did.
second.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Roger. All right. Calling the question, Roger,
I vote yes.
Mary,
Yes.
Priscilla,
Yes.
Pam,
Yes.
Marcia, yes, it's unanimous. Thank you very much. We are in executive session at 9:45 PM.
I vote yes.
Roger,
Yes.
Priscilla.
Oh, yes.
Pam,
Yes.
Marcia, yes, we're in public session at 10:59 PM.
Oh, my gosh.
Jeepers, creepers.
All right,
Okay. Onward.
I would like to make a motion. I move to follow past practice of including the proposed compensation for listers in the annual budget to be voted by the registered voters of Norwich at the August 2024 election, to allow the voters to decide whether the method of remuneration will remain stipend or become an hourly wage.
I will second that.
Yeah.
Thank you. Calling the question, oh, that's Marcia and Pam. Hold on. Pam, how do you vote?
Yes.
Priscilla?
Yes.
Roger?
Yes.
Mary?
Yes.
Marcia, yes, unanimous. Thank you very much. All right, so remaining on our agenda tonight, I believe we had informational items, which included the town manager report and the financial reports. And as usual, if anyone has a question about those, they send them to Brennan. The handbook is just in there for his reference. Brennan, do you want to say something about the town manager report? I can't hear you, Brennan.
And mute, you poor soul.
Got the old mute. Yeah, I'll try to be, again, kind of quick here with this as it's 11 o'clock. So as I have done in the past, I hold a monthly department head meeting. And so I have a couple things that department heads were interested in, I guess, sharing. The financial office, a lot of work going on there as normal, but the last month was especially busy. So they had the tax collection. They've now closed out the tax year, and we're working on, I think actually the delinquent tax warrant has been produced at this point, and those notices are going to go out, I think, next week. Working with Sullivan and Powers on the single audit, and that is nearing completion. Annual wage reporting. This is a report that they do for VLCT, and that's completed and sent out here in the last week or so. They're also working on a workers' compensation audit, and this is, I think, an annual event here where they look at our collection of data for the workers' compensation, and last piece is gathering all of the certificates of insurance for the 1099 vendors. And also work being started there. I know Barry's been working on reviewing the language of the master financial policy, and is gonna, I think, have some thoughts or suggestions on potentially looking at that with some edits or revisions at some point. I don't have a timeline on that. Reviewing best practices and reconciliation balance sheets with NEMRIC. I know Barry is still getting a handle on NEMRIC, and is, doing a good job of trying to understand how that program interacts with some of the other accounting functions that are going on, and with the audit itself. As she said, it's a little bit complex because what they're doing on an annual basis changes when they go to the audit, and it's a little difficult to understand all of those pieces, I believe. And also doing some lien release research tied to the town clerk records. So that's the finance department. The planning department, I will just give an update here. I think at our last meeting, I had said that we had a offer out there for a director. That candidate has decided not to pursue the opportunity. So we actually just listed last week the job posting again through various venues, and are hopeful that we will once again see a few applicants come through in this next round of solicitation. We're giving a deadline of the end of the month here, the end of March, as far as responses due. On the police department side, quite a bit going on. I know Matt, as our new chief, is working on a potential passive grant for an electronic messaging board or boards that he feels could be useful to get out public information here, and such as events, road closures. We also talked a little bit more about, yeah.
Can you explain what that is? Is it like a big screen on the highway that says slow down or something? Is it one of
Yeah, I mean, they wouldn't be as big as what you see on the highway, I don't think, but it would
that
be,
sort of thing?
yeah, a movable message where you could put these out in certain areas. If we were going to have a culvert work on a road, we could kind of forewarn drivers of that in the days preceding. So seemed like a good idea. It seems like there's potentially a grant to help fund it. And again, Chief Romei is kind of working on that, and just wanted people to know it's an idea out there. We also had talked a little bit about road closure and event policy. So in a lot of communities, there's an actual form that people that are going to ask that a road be closed, submit to the town. And there's a lot of templates for that. So I think that's something we're going to work on as well. And it would be used again, probably in the summer months more so than the rest of the year. But we don't really have a set policy right now. And I think sometimes it creates a lack of communication. The body cam order has been approved and I believe submitted. So that piece of work that we did in the last meeting is now underway. Two good news pieces on HR. I made a conditional offer to the administrative assistant candidate, and she's right now going through the background check and the drug pre-screen, and hopefully we'll be able to offer a non-conditional offer here, anticipating that if that is she's kind of accepted the conditional already. Start date would be the middle of March. So that looks like we will have filled that spot fairly quickly.
This is in your office?
Police department?
Police department. Yeah,
Yeah.
not my office. Yeah, this is the kind of administrative assistant position that was recently vacated. And I just heard earlier today from the chief that they have found an interested second crossing guard. So right now we've just had demo for a long time, just solo, and I think there would be another part-time candidate there that's going to go through the screening piece and be operational, I would think, in the next month or so. So that's kind of nice. We had last week a kind of introduction coffee with a cop with our new police chief, and had a fairly light turnout for that, but some members of the community came and spent a little time with the chief, and just kind of an informal way to get to know him and ask some questions. And he also wanted me to mention that they had hosted a mental health conference. I don't know if conference is the right word there. Discussion with about 15 attendees, and that's something that I think Matt is interested in continuing to work with different entities that have different fields of expertise in the mental health area, and tying that into law enforcement response as well. So he's been busy, as you can hear. Lily reports, obviously, that we have an election coming up, and she's been very busy with that. And as you know, we're going to have the informational meeting there on the 4th. 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. the next day will be the voting, and she was testing and tabulating the voting machine last week, and I know taking in a lot of absentee ballots already. On the DPW side, you may have noticed if you drove by Tracy Hall that the road postings are now active. Those went up on the 26th of February, and they will be active through April. We go into early mud season here, and the new tractor for the DPW has been ordered. Expected delivery in early April for that. Chris has been very active working on various grant programs, primarily the structures grant and a paving grant that are kind of annual ability for the town to leverage outside funds. Then the culvert replacement work is going to begin as we have funding for that, and a bidding process is going to be prior to that. So I know Chris has a couple other areas that he's planning to target here, and I don't know off the top of my head where those will be. I won't mention them right now, but we'll expect another fairly busy summer season when we have ability to work outside with some new culvert work going in. Bree from Recreation Department has reported that the Good Life Camp sold out last week already. She's working on her mud season with baseball and other indoor activities right now. Spring sports are going to open up on Friday, so it looks like on March 1st, and go through, it looks like sports camps going through the end or the early part of August 9th, 2024. And then from my office, the town reports are in. If you haven't gotten your copy already, those printed copies are downstairs in the hallway next to the clerk's office for anyone to pick up, and postcards went out notifying folks of that. And we've had pretty busy couple weeks since we talked last. Our energy audit, the MERP energy audit that we were talking about, we had our auditors come in last Thursday, kind of after hours. There was a blower test conducted, and we had, I guess 2 or 3 people involved with that. Seemed like it went pretty well. We'll expect a report out. I didn't really get a definitive date on that, but I would think within the next couple weeks to a month, we'll have something. Our architectural Tracy Hall work is going to get kind of postponed for a bit until they get that report, and so they can tie that in together. And so that was a question from them, should they hold a little bit, and I thought that made sense to do.
Great.
Yeah. What else here? We know about the collective bargaining agreement. That is now behind us. Chris, kind of both of us, the Hemlock Road piece with the FEMA presentation that we heard recently, we have gotten the change order with Stantec completed. So that's now been built into what they will be focusing on as far as the monitoring, building out the project, and the design for the potential soil nailing remediation.
And Brennan, would that be the more stringent design? Like they were talking about stapling versus the retaining wall, and the FEMA representative said to go for the larger scope just so it could be pared down if necessary. Yeah. Is that the direction that's going?
Well, I heard what he was saying there, and I think his point is it's easier to go down than up there as far as your allocated funding. Yes. I still think that the preferred method of remediation was the soil nailing. That was
nailing. Yeah.
What came from our engineer. So we'll work through that. I don't have a definitive on that right now, but
okay, thanks.
Yep. What else do we have here? The pedestrian corridor along Beaver Meadow Road. I am still kind of in a discussion mode with Du Bois and King there about the proposal for the planning. I imagine at the next meeting in March, I'll be able to give you a more definitive, here's kind of the cost element, and I think we should from there talk about the next steps. So that's still kind of a work in progress. The affordable housing initiative to go after the VCDB planning grant is underway. The public warning is going to go out on Friday, and that will be tied into a March meeting of the Planning Commission. And again, we were able to get into the state's gear system for their grant management, and it's going okay so far as getting that set up, I believe.
Brennan, can you just, I'll be interested to know how much of your time is being, pulled into that.
Mm-hmm. I won't start from when we started talking about it. I think the last piece there was, you know, an hour and a half. It wasn't a huge time commitment on my part to get it set up.
Okay.
Okay. And then I guess I'll just end with, obviously, we're preparing for the informational session on Monday, and we're going to have Jam TV come in to Tracy Hall tomorrow and do kind of a trial setup of how we're going to organize that. My guess is it will be very similar to layout as to what we did last year, unless people have other ideas for that. And this year, the select board's presentation will go first, and then the school board will be the second. So I haven't yet heard who the representative will be from the school board, and I'm hoping to hear something from them by tomorrow to bring them into the coordination of how this will get presented. And I think that's all I had. Any other questions I could answer? I'm happy to.
Anyone?
A lot, and just, you know, thanks for working in all those different areas.
Yeah, it's a lot. I will say this has been a long and difficult day as the town manager, but we remain optimistic.
So thank you for that. I think that was helpful. I mean, I guess my question to Marcia would be, how do we sort of, and this, in the two chairs that I'm so tired. The two town managers that I work with, it was a perpetual question of how do we sort of center the work of the town manager more meaningfully into our meetings. And so my one suggestion right off the top would be not have his report come at 11:16 at night. But I think I know we're probably all cognizant of it. Like, how do we sort of do that work where the work of the town is not so siloed from our chatter, our work, right? So I definitely want to hear town manager reports earlier, and just like more communications in general. But anyway, so thank you for that, I guess, is maybe the short version.
It was my understanding that we were going to discuss whether we were going to ask for written reports. As I said, I've just reviewed 9 years of select board minutes, and dating back to Neil Fulton's time, Neil was giving a written report at every select board meeting, every regular meeting. Dave Ormiston was giving written reports. Herb Durfee, I believe, was giving a written report at the first meeting of each month.
Can you hold that until we get to that?
And so, to Roger's point about having spent the last 17 minutes listening to Brennan give us his report, if it had been in the packet, we could have read it, and then he could have answered any questions or given us a brief update if anything had changed since he wrote the report. So that was the point that I thought we were going to discuss tonight.
It's down below in the discussion items. We haven't discussed it yet, so Brennan did what he has done and what we had agreed he could do earlier when we had this discussion and about how he would make his report.
So are we planning to be here till 1 a.m. to get through all this?
Well, there's the elephant on the table. I would prefer not to be here at 1 o'clock. And so what I would say to you is this: I fully agree that it is well and truly time for us to be looking at the goals, objectives, and performance that we are supposed to be looking at under the town manager's employment agreement, which was signed on September 27th of 23. And in there are 2 paragraphs. The first paragraph talks about what we should annually do with the town manager employee to define the goals and performance objectives. That would include those narrow things like reports and communication and all of that stuff. But it should also be the bigger goals of the town and how we think the town manager and how the town manager thinks those can be accomplished. So in order to move this forward in a logical fashion, what I suggested was
we follow the employee contract, which we have to do. And that means that we look at defining some goals and performance objectives. And I put in the packet an Excel spreadsheet which tracks what is listed in the employee contract. And we could take this kind of document, individually fill it out with our own ideas of what the goals for the town manager should be, what we think the performance objectives should look like. And then in the, I hope maybe yours is colored. Yeah. In green, I put down, and this is coming from the contract, what known issues are expected to impact successful accomplishments. And then there's a column for known or unknown external conditions, which, came up that we couldn't anticipate. Thank you. I'm getting really tired. So I would suggest that we take this, fill it out ourselves. I can send you all a blank form if you like this form, but again, it tracks the contract. And then we come back together after the election and we agree, we talk over, we can put in the packet everybody's ideas of goals and performance objectives, and then we can make a agreed upon list of those goals and performance objectives. And the town manager has to participate in this, of course. And then we use that agreed upon list to proceed through the year and then perform the evaluation, because we have nothing to evaluate until we decide this is what we're hoping to accomplish. This is how we think we're going to get there. And did we get there? And if not, why not? So how does everybody think that plays?
Yeah. My review of all these past minutes, I was kind of surprised to see that past select boards have set goals for the select board as well as the town manager.
Well, we could do that. I'm just trying to.
Yeah, and that was usually done right after the election, so that it set the pattern for the next year until the next election happens. So I think the timing that you're suggesting makes a lot of sense.
Okay, but are you talking about,
I think the select board needs to set goals for themselves, and I think we need to set goals for the town manager.
well, then we would need, I think, 2 sheets.
Right.
Okay. So I can send out 2 sheets to everybody, one for select board goals and one for town goals, but to some extent, those should marry up.
There'll be a lot of overlap.
Yeah. Mary.
I think it's a great plan. I think another piece in the contract is to make sure that whatever you have decided can be accomplished in a reasonable amount of time.
Right.
And I don't know if it's necessary. I don't know if it's necessary to evaluate every single thing. And also certain categories are just going to come up, like the budget, developing the budget, or special projects, or hiring and management of staff. So there are going to be certain things that just sort of have to be done, and others that it'd be nice if they fit in.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's necessary to put every single thing that we think up in our documents.
Well, maybe what we want is, rather than just priorities, some things that are sine qua non, without which nothing. We cannot exist unless those things happen, like the budget.
Yeah, put them high in the priority list.
Right.
Yeah.
Priscilla.
I would it's not reflected on this form, but I hope that part of the evaluation would be, as you did last time, Marcia, talking to the people who work under Brennan to get their feedback on him too, so that he can, so that he can learn from that too.
Right. I think
is that in here? I don't think
no, actually, but on the second page of the memo that I put in the packet, I've got ideas for process, and I think that's where we can fold in ideas like that.
Also, Brennan responding to our management, just to carry that.
It should be, should be back and forth.
Yeah, okay.
I appreciate Mary saying that, because I think it's no doubt in my mind that Brennan is doing good work. Let's say that publicly. Brennan is doing good work.
Okay.
However, I think I definitely, have lots of ideas on like process and communications, and his office saying sort of no, right, in order to communicate, the goals. So I guess, yes, I think the form is useful for us, but I really am, I think I really want to be in sort of have like a joint conversation about like expectation, process, and yeah, I don't know. I can't, I can't think clearly 11:30. So more so like it's yeah.
So how about this? I'm just wondering, this is such an important kind of thing.
Yes.
That maybe it needs to be just its own meeting.
I think so. And I will say too, again, in working with two prior town managers, is that, it's always the case that goals, performance, reviews, 360-degree management is always at 11 o'clock at night. And I think, given where we are with, retention is very important for our community at this point. And so we should have a very focused meeting at like early in the evening to discuss, all of these things.
Yep. So right now we have got March 6th is going to be organizational. And then we could say, I don't know what's going to come through the door for the 13th, but I think this is important enough that we can't really let it slide. So do we want to say we just devote as much of the 13th to doing this work? Because it's going to take us some time, and we could sort of say at least half of the meeting is going to be this, and hopefully we can put off some of the things that don't need to be, they're not burning issues that have to be decided.
I think that's very wise to do it in that time frame, like right after elections, because to set some things are going to be obvious that would be goals all the way through. And
Okay.
It's time to set a few goals, but not like 20.
Okay, so Roger?
I would just also recommend maybe more than one meeting. So maybe prioritize it by setting it early in the evening, but don't assume you're going to accomplish all that can be accomplished in one single session or one conversation. I would like to, I could ask one question to Brennan, how is it going? And I'm sure we could have all a very long conversation together. So I would like to ask the how is it going question. And then I would like to talk about goals, process, performance standards. I want to create a mechanism where we hear from our town manager before beginning to establish what it is that I want done. That's only fair, right?
Okay, but to move it along, let's do this. Everybody produce those 2 sheets. I'll send them out to you. You can produce them for March 13th, right? With the full caveat that they can be adjusted, right? Just so, and then we could start off with asking Brennan, how's it going? And proceed from there.
Okay, yes, but yes, well, as long as Brennan is also centered, like if he's bringing something anyway, yes, that's fine for as long as it's I don't want to get into a situation where we're like evaluating and establishing goals without first having some kind of conversation. And so I don't know, maybe is the form adaptable so he can fill it out? Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, it's structured how the contract is structured, and I think, Brennan, I think you can answer those questions, right? Maybe I'm putting you on the spot because you haven't had time to really look at them.
I haven't really spent any time looking at the form, so I could certainly react to the ideas that are put forth and say, I think that's reasonable, or this is just not possible. Or I could try to come in with some other ideas that I have for how I think the town manager of Norwich could be effective.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think everybody is interested in that, like what are you living on a daily basis? I mean, I get to hear some of it, but I'm sure I don't hear all of it. And I think everybody else here wants to hear that. And so you've now been here long enough to have a feel for what's going on in town and what needs to be done. What do you think the goals should be for this town?
Right.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I think that makes sense.
Okay. Pam?
As far as process, could we do like we did with the finance, the budget process, where we set aside a certain amount of time at the beginning of each meeting and accomplish as much as we can during that time block?
Yep.
And then roll it to the next meeting and do the same thing until we finish?
That's what we were talking about.
Yeah, so like the 6:30 to 8 block or 6:30 to 7:30 would be, work on this, and then we go into the regular business.
Yep. And hopefully there won't be much, so we can do as much as we can. But we can plan this for March and then see how we're doing and
So
reassess.
doing the first two meetings, the two regular meetings in March, and then see where we are.
I think that's a plan. Everybody?
Yep, sounds good.
All right, good. That's done. So you all have some homework. And I think, please God, that's the end of. Oh, Rob Gear, what are you doing?
You're mute.
You want to stay on longer, do you?
Just happy to hear that, that's all.
So Marcia, we did have one other topic on the discussion items, which was the naming of the town parcel that came up I think it was 2 meetings ago now. So I think I was asked to speak with council about whether the select board was the entity that would be, I guess, authorized to name a town parcel. And this was related to the Milton Fry nature area discussion. So what came back was, yes, the select board would be the entity that would be authorized to do that. And that could be done probably most effectively in a resolution.
Sounds good.
So if that is something that the board would like to take up at the next meeting or at a future meeting, we could probably craft some type of a resolution around, again, the kind of official naming of that parcel.
Straw poll, everybody interested in that?
Sure.
Yes.
Mary is, Roger?
Yes.
Come on, Roger.
Wake up.
In the interest of time, I'll say yes. How's that?
Okay. Okay, we've got 2 votes over here, straw votes. Okay, yes, please. If you can put together some sort of resolution, I can help if you want me to.
Okay. You want that for the 13th, or do you want to do that at a...
The 13th should be fine, and it shouldn't take us too long, I would hope. Roger, don't look like that.
What was it that Jeff Lubell was saying earlier? Outsource to the committees. I would ask Conscom to do it.
Well, what? To put the resolution together?
To draft the resolution for us to edit. Yeah, but I digress.
Well, I'll just say I'm envisioning a couple sentences of a resolution.
Okay,
This
sure.
is not going to be a scroll.
No treatise. No treatise.
Okay, all right.
Okay, is that all, Brennan? Have we?
I think that was the only one I noticed we didn't hit on.
Okay, great. Having no further business to come before us, may we have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Moved by Mary. Second by Priscilla. Roger, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mary?
Yes.
Priscilla?
Yeah.
Pam?
Yes. Marcia, yes, unanimous. We are adjourned at 11:34 PM. Thank you very much, everyone.
Everybody.
Good night.
Recording stopped.